All right, there we go. Welcome to the Matrix Breakers Unfiltered Podcast, episode 17. First up is the Secret Vault, Crystal Palace Underground Station, and Park Explorer. And then again, it's going to be another Secret Vault, Crystal Palace Rail Tunnel, Final 4K. So here we go.
Right, so we're joining on normal camera, and some of you have already been in VR. I'll take my earbuds out, disable them on my phone. That'll be funny.
I think it's also changed. What I want to do is work now. I've changed to me. And then, okay, so it's about.
So I don't know if I'm going to be able to get in.
Yeah. Oh, did you come from the bottom part?
The Kevin train station, we were going to run part first.
Yeah.
They're filming down the bottom.
Well, just in the LSC though, the rest of the park is open.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was getting around it. They kept closing it off.
No, do you know what? My colleague might try to get press and button, but they won't do it. So it's quite stuff. It was nice.
Oh, okay, brilliant.
Okay, thank you. Wow. My event, but
Ooh. Why is that not? I do that. There you go.
thank you very much. Cheers. What the hell, folks? That's my ticket. You can't have it because it's be invalid. But this is the subway. This is the subway for Crystal Palace. And yeah, not open very often to the public. Yeah. Just got to ask, do you mind being on YouTube, even if it's the back of your heads? No comment. No comment, they said. No comment.
Exactly.
Yes, okay.
So no.
No, blur you out, yes? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Why do you need to do that?
It's 360. 360 VR, so people can come on the tour with us without having to be here. This is my channel. My channel.
The ultimate is for you to make money, I guess.
Well, I do film things and make money on YouTube, yes. Okay.
And this big crap.
Sorry to have upset you. Thank you. This is the bit everybody photographs. This is the exciting bit. God, there's always going to be somebody who's like, you know, ooh, he's got some technology. No, not in my backyard. Technology, my face. Property, not me. Goodbye. That's why I was trying to be as intrusive as I can. I mean, do I look like a madman? I look like a cyclist. But never mind. Oh, I realised that I wasn't filming in 4K. Now we're in 4K. I'll look at the archways. Amazing decorations that were done. Yeah. Oh. Look at this. Wow. Whoops. What just fell out of my pocket? Oh dear. It's a vape. Thank you. Man with too many contraptions. Beams. Try not to film faces because people don't like their faces being filmed. I'll walk this way to not film faces. And we've got the entranceway. Yeah, people don't like their faces being filmed. They don't like being on the television. Yes. Yeah. Terracotta. Yeah. So, Bathstone almost. Almost like Bathstone, terracotta. Well, No, it's fired stone, isn't it? Terracotta is fired stone, but it sort of, yeah.
By the station.
Yeah. So fired stone, fired stone. Yeah. National Lottery apparently funded this, so this is a National Lottery day out for the UK for its restoration, I am led to believe. So people who like to gamble money paid for the restoration of this. Bring it back to its former glory. Yeah. We've got new type kind of electrical works and things going on. But, yeah. I mean, wow. Just amazing. When you sort of think you come from that end, you walk up here, and you've got all this bloom. Yeah. Yeah. Let's take the walk. Let's actually walk as if we were going to walk in to the subway. Let's do the walk. Do the walk as if we were going to come in. And this, so this is the entrance. So this is what you see. This is what they want you to see. So you've got the archway. Archway. No. Just doing my belt up a bit tighter. So it was like that before it was transformed back into this. It was being rejuvenated by historic England. Crystal Palace Park Trust. There's the tunnel. You can see the tunnel over there. Yeah. So, what are we dealing with here? So, it's these doors here and there. What are we dealing with here then? So that would be a way to further go into the tunnels, or that's back up to the street. You come down here. Okay. Folks, I've just finished the tour at the Crystal Palace. The tour was really good. I've done some 360 photos, but guess what I found? Oh my God, look at this. And it rotated the correct way. Look, sphinxes, but baby sphinxes, because I've seen the real sphinx. And remember the story about me climbing into the anus of the sphinx and the magical secret I found there? Yes. Yeah. And what did I find up the anus of the sphinx? Oh, I've been inside the anus of the Sphinx. I've been inside the Sphinx. Yes. Yeah. Anyway, that's another story. Back to reality. This here is one of the highest points in London. It looks down over to Kent, Kent that way, and probably is it Essex that way, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Maybe more that direction. Let's just get my bearings. So it's probably like Essex that way, Kent more that way. Yeah. So putting a transmitter site up here on this point would be a brilliant idea, wouldn't it? You know, Marconi. And Marconi did his first from land to shore SOS message from a place called, what was it now? It was an island where I lived, because we lived in Barry. And there was the two islands, and there was one called, I forget now, Flatholme and Steepholme. Yes, Flatholme is the flatter one, which has the lighthouse on it, and Steepholme is the rugged one, which has a lighthouse on it. And those were put in the channel, in the Severn Channel, to warn mariners that they could be getting themselves into trouble. So, yeah. Now, Marconi did his dit dot dot dot, and there was obviously water between him and the shore, so they showed that they could transmit a radio signal from land across the sea with no wires, no trickery. Yeah, and this was the birth of radio, which then became the birth of these things, massive transmitters. As you can see, it's probably in the trees, but I'll show you. It's a massive, it's a big boy. It's a big boy. I'd estimate it's got to be at least 1,000 foot, maybe 1,500 foot, 1,500 foot transmitter. I'm just guessing off my head because I'm a pilot, and I'd reckon it's got to be at least 1,000 foot, and we're probably standing on something here that's maybe about 400 feet above sea level. 400 feet above sea level, guessing. Yeah. So this is a good point to put a transmitter. And look at this. Look at this. Now, what do we got here? What do we got here? These look like replicas. They're not the originals. They've obviously done something like plaster casting and something like that to sort of like replicate them. So they've replicated them, plaster casted them, and put them here. Yeah, these are not the originals, because who would let kids and, you know, dogs just run and jump and mess around on the originals? You wouldn't do that, would you? Yeah, indeed. And this one here. Another one, another copy. Plaster cast copy. Fiberglass copy. Funny fiberglass, because my father was well into BP, British Petroleum, and he made fiberglass castings. That was his thing, elastomers and polymers. He's one of the head of BP. Dad. Yeah, maybe they were using fiberglass castings, and you generated the next generation of fiberglass that came after they did these casts. Yeah. So there we go. Yeah, and that island where Marconi did his transmission has a plaque on it, and the plaque has a little memento, so something saying, you know, this is to memorialize that Marconi made his first radio transmission over water to land at this location at Flatholme in South Wales. And I've been there. I've taken you there. It's on the Secret Vault. Look at the back videos. Look at visit to Flatholme. Yeah, we've been there. And I wanted to visit it. Why? Because the plaque that was made and put there was made with the polymers and fiberglass that my dad made at BP. Yeah, it was made with this special type of plastic polymer that would last a long time. So, yeah, it's there somewhere and I didn't find it. Never got to see it. But that's the trouble. When you go in without permission and you don't have a tour guide, you don't get told all the little secrets. You know, when you go in, by yourself doing urbex, you don't get to find out all the secret stuff. So, yeah. But, yeah, there's a plaque there made with plastic from my dad to commemorate Marconi. And, yeah, his son became a radio amateur and learned to transmit lots of power, much like that thing there. Loads of power, megawatts of power, megawatts. The funny thing is that it transmits around those plates outwards, but people living beneath probably have a hard time getting a television signal because it's not easy to point it up. Yeah, because it's meant to beam out like a lighthouse, out. But it forgets about the people. It forgets about the people underneath, that can't get a signal. So yeah, interesting stuff. Yeah. So that's the lighthouse, or the beacon, or the transmitter, we should say, of Crystal Palace. And this used to be a palace here. I'll show you pictures of it. The palace was along this area, and the palace was all along this area. And look, we've got the front. Hello. Well, it's a long walk. I've been walking about 5 minutes, and this palace would have been all along here, Now we're seeing some sort of transmitter equipment stuff there, which is obviously for the transmitter. But yeah, can you imagine the palace that would have been along here, in the day? Wow. God, it took you 5 minutes to walk from end to end. Unbelievable. God, look at these replicas. Unbelievable. Oh. Yeah. Here. There we go. Perching cats. Perching watching. Perching cats. And look what we got behind it. The biggest transmitter. Wow. Megawatts of power. And what does this mean? Right. Whoa. I wonder if we'll find these tunnels. Ah, there's some stuff. Looks like it's down that away. It looks like there's some stuff down there. And there's some lads hanging around over there. So I wonder if it's in this area, because it's going to cut under. It's going to cut under this. So tunnels are going to go some direction under this. So yeah, let's get looking. Apparently, it is told that you can see 7 counties from here. Sort of from Essex, Kent, and possibly 7 counties from the top of the hill. Yeah, absolutely. And our little friends seem to agree. It's a good place to put a transmitter, a good place to look out and see things. So yeah, what are we gonna find though? What are we gonna find? Are we gonna find anything down in this area? Let's go and have a look. Oh, well, if you come from that walkway, people come from the main road down, but there's a security thing here with cameras, and you're not supposed to go near it. It's the transmitter site, but everybody is walking and running their dogs, and it's, you know, public accessible. But look how close you are to the transmitter equipment. You know, it's like you're literally sort of walking really close to the megawatt transmitter, you know, and all the stuff that's in there beaming out. The Crystal Palace, yes, this is it, pumping out loads of power. This is the original palace basement. In terms of they were using it for water filtration, and they were trying to keep aquatic life going. So they wanted to have a clean water system. So they brought in a filter system, which is this kind of like the reservoirs, and you can see chambers here, and this would have been where the reservoirs would have existed in the past. Yum, 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 yum. And of course, you know, all of this, when the war started and you know, the palace had been burnt down, sort of destroyed, they said, okay, right, well, we'll use this site, we'll put some stuff here, and well, basically they built the transmitter on the highest point of the site, but you can see you've still got the original works of the yeah. Finding it hard to work out what to say, but blah 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 blah. Yeah, very nice, very nice, very nice. Yeah, I'm more interested in what's in there. You know, all the transmission equipment. Blah, blah, blah. That makes me salivate. Millions of watts of power. Yes, megawatts. Yeah, and secret doors like that, you know, which you've got locks on, which you wouldn't get very far, I'm sure, if you tried to get into any of this. You know, locked doors, locked gates, things. I wouldn't suggest anybody try to do anything naughty to get in there. But yeah, where's these tunnels then? Where would the tunnels be? I'll have to have a look at a map. I'll be back with you in a minute. Well, we come round this bit now, which takes us from the transmitter site up there and brings us down. We're overlooking a performance area, and it's something to be spoken about, really, because Bob Marley, Philharmonic Orchestra, the Sex Pistols have all played music in this arena, you know, or sort of thing, you know. And as you can see, it's like a slate. It's like a slate slanting up, and obviously that would reflect the sound at the people who would be sitting on the grass there. But in between the performers and the people on the grass is a lake. So at night, with lights pointing in your eyes, as we do, you all know about lasers, people would wander down going like, yeah, great music, and try to get towards the performer and step straight into the lake. So that was an interesting experience, I'm sure. It must be videos of people doing that. And a little drop off the edge here. Ooh, nicey nice. Little drop. Oh, and there's a... what's that? What's that thing there then? That's interesting. Why would that be there? It's an unusual pipe or something. Might be a vent pipe. Vent pipe. What's that then? Vent pipe. Something underground, perhaps. Yeah. Let's have a look. What are we standing on? I mean, it's going to go underground here. So what's actually underground here? What's it under this bit, perhaps? Yeah. Ah. Here we are. So we're standing now as if you're at the back of the area which would have been music playing. So I'm going to look for videos of this place, because I'm sure there must be, thousands of people sort of like hanging around here looking at that. And I've never actually seen it physically. That's the first time I've seen that. Wow. Okay. So a very historical area where a lot of, Elton John and some others played here. So yeah, big place for people to just come and sit down and watch the music, and it bounces off the lake and it's deflected and reflected up at you by that slant, so the music is punched at you. Yeah, well designed. Yes, interesting. So Ali Pali's up there. You can't see it in the trees, but oh, there it is. That's the yeah. Oh, that's not Ali Pali, Crystal Palace. Oh. I'm getting confused. Oh, well, we've just walked up now from the transmitter, so we've walked all the way up, and there's this toilet thing here, which don't say just because I'm gay I'm going lurking around the toilets, but it's all blocked off and breeze blocked off. It's a bit of an eyesore, and they're not sure what to do with it, I think. Yeah, it's a bit of an eyesore, but yeah, still. Yeah, there's got to be somewhere for what's his name from Wham? George Michael. There's got to be somewhere for George Michael to keep warm at night. So yes, never mind. Look at this, on the road now. We've come up from the toilets to the road, and there were a number of these villas were built. It's like German Gothic style. I don't know. What do you reckon? Gothic style building? Wow. Yeah. Amazing. Overhanging as well, yeah. I love the overhangs. Wow. Yeah. Okay, right. Well, let's keep looking in this direction. Ooh, so just a brisk walk now to the tunnel entrance that I reckon is down this hill. So you've got the Crystal Palace transmitter up there, and then you've got down this way something, a bit of a gradient. So that's where the tunnel would have come through. So let's go and check this out. Right, Crystal Palace is up there, and we're just walking down the road, and there's a gradient. As we go down, you can see where they would have cut through the tunnel. They would have gone through and up in that direction. Yep. So let's see if we can find the tunnel entrance. It's going to be somewhere around there, I reckon. Let's have a look. So, not to bore you with the walk, because it's a long walk, basically Crystal Palace is up there, and we've come down now, And looking at these estates that are built reminds me of this. There's a bunker built into one of these in a place called Pear Tree House, and it kind of has that sort of familiar feel. It's kind of like built against a hill, but one of them had a secret bunker underneath it. Yes, and when you're looking around, you sort of see some strange things, like this concrete thing up here. Wonder what that is. We'll go and find out. Yeah, look at this, folks. What the hell is this? Yeah, look. Whoa. Ooh, there's some twigs and things have been put in, but it seems. Let me get my torch. Let me get my torch and see what we can see. Hang on. What's in here? Oh, yes. Is it grills? Vents. It's a vent for something. Let's come and have a look around. See if we can see anything else. Ooh, that looks deep. A deep sort of hole. So these are the railway tunnel, which is still in use today. There's a big railway tunnel which comes underneath here. These are the vents that come to allow release of air, because when you push something in, it goes pump, it pumps the air, and you want to have release of pressure, and also you want to have ventilation as well to get rid of any smells from anything you might be burning, like coal or petrol or diesel. But now it's going electric. But yeah, back in the day, it was a good idea to have ventilation. So this is a vent, but it's also a release for when the train comes in. Yeah, it doesn't meet a wall of air. So it's yeah. So yes. Oops. Concrete clad. You jump up and down on top of it, you're not going to fall in. But yeah, there's a big drop there. Big drop down to the train line that runs beneath. I bet when the trains come through, they can probably feel it vibrating in the houses here. reckon we're getting closer to the tunnel areas now. It's got to be somewhere on here, probably at the back of this playing field. I can see something looking like sheeted metal or something off to the left. But yeah, there's a banking here, so it's going to be somewhere on here. Okay. Can you? Yeah. I wonder if you just walk through here. Walk through the playing field. Netball. Or if you're a girl. Basketball if you're a boy. Ooh, there's a little quagmire there. Ooh, and I see something that looks like very, very much like a tunnel. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay, so interesting. I wonder if we'll be able to get in it. Right. I've walked around the side of this thing now. I've come in here. Oh, just squeeze in. Squeeze in. My mate told me to bring some tarpaulin with me because he said it's a bit muddy. So I'm gonna squeeze in. Yeah. Luckily, no thorns. No thorns. It's just greenery. Now we're in the back side of this thing that is padlocked with some sort of like. Yeah, these are like official locks, like council locks or something. But yeah, what have we got here then? Oh, what have we got here? Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Quagmire here. This is the old. This would have been an old rail tunnel, but obviously they've piled stuff up here and it's made a little lake. So, a bit shoggy. Shoggy bottoms. Shoggy bottoms, but we won't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Because what we're more interested in is this. Oh, a little bit slippy. Soggy. Nope. Nope. No, here we go. What have we got here then? Ooh, now, would I need a ladder up there over the top? Is there any missing bits? I can have to have a look. Any missing bits up there? Or right then, folks, I'm going to just scale up over here and get on the other side. I've got my gloves on, so in the mouth we go with the camera. Now, I don't normally go in places like this on my own. You know, I tell you, you should always have a friend, and I've just texted my mate to tell him I'm going in here and this is the location. I give him the pin, so if I'm not out of here within a set time, you know, there's a problem. So anyway, let's give it a go. In the mouth. Yeah. So, what the fuck is this? Hang on. Hang on. There's a bloody hole here. Hang on. There's a bloody hole. Hang on, I think the kids have been in yet. Oh, hang on. Let me get down. Is this? It is. It is. That's in. That is it. It's in. Oh, we're in. This is why he said might need tarpaulin to climb through this bit, but I don't know. I'm just gonna go for it. I think he's thinking I was gonna get muddy or something. But hang on. Why did he say I need tarpaulin? I don't mind getting a bit of mud on my clothes. That's what they're for. That's what they're for. Oh, we's dirty puppies. We's the dirty puppies. Yeah, that's what. It's the hands I don't like getting messed up, but I am in. Can you see? Oh, let's get some light on. Let's get some light on. Hang on. That's my light. That's my head touch. Yeah. Alright. Okay, let's just get my head torch on. And oh yeah. What do we have? Oh, bloody hell. It's quite a thing. My goodness. My goodness. Now I might go into low light mode because it might help you to see what's going on. Whoa. Look at this then, low light mode. Here we are, we're inside the train tunnel, Crystal Palace train tunnel. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Wow. Well, I suppose it's good enough to do on one's own. It's daylight, my mates know where I am, so let's just give it a go. I tell you what, I'm going to get my other light out. Why not? I'm going to get my flat light out. Yay! Back with you in a second. I'd be more worried in mine that the roof would come down, but with this good old Victorian engineering. Yep. Oh. Whoa, look at this, folks. Whoa. Graffiti artists obviously love this place. They've made it their literal heaven. Wow. Yeah. Cool. Wow. You've got all your little hidey holes. Hidey holes. If they had 2 tracks in here, or maybe more than 2 tracks. This is very wide. No, would you? Yeah, 2 tracks, I reckon. 2 tracks. Can't see it being more than 2 tracks, but you never know. Wow. Air feels good. The roof is amazing. Yeah, these things are built to last. You know, you're bloody safe in these tunnels. It's the quarry tunnels you've got to worry about. Quarry tunnels can be a bit of a beast. Yeah. Whoa. Right. Now I got my tarpaulin, which is I don't need, so I'm gonna tie it off on my back. I'm gonna actually tie it off onto myself. So I'll be back in a sec, folks. All year round. Yeah, 13 degrees. 13 degrees, I reckon we're in here. Yeah. So if it's a really hot day and you haven't got air conditioning, you can come down your tunnel and you can chill out. in your tunnel. And it'll be really groovy. Chill out with your mates and have some beers. Oh, I can see some light. I can see a light at the end of the tunnel. Oh my god, what's this? What the heck? Can you see this? There's a light at the end of the tunnel. It's the other end. It's the other end. Wonder if this end is open, because if this end is open, it was going to mean I don't have to walk all the way back around to my car, which is way off in that direction. So you can see people have been partying here, you know, lamps, candle lamps, spray cans, Guinness, getting high off the voxes, the volatile solvents. Oh, relax. Yeah. It's got a little bit of airflow through it though, but yeah. So it probably would. This tunnel probably would actually get blow because it's on the top of a hill. You probably would get the wind would blow through the tunnel naturally. So yeah, it could variate in temperature. It's not like a mine. It's not like a mine. Yeah. Not much dripping. It's moist, but not muddy. It's moist, and there's a lot of good chippings. It's good underfoot. You know, it's all really good. It's really good. You know, I've been in a lot worse. This is really good quality. So very flat. You know, even as I'm walking, I mean, there's very little bumping up against my feet. It's still very flat. So yeah, wow. Drinking plenty of water. Got me Highland Spring. Ooh. There's the way out. Now, does it have an exit? Can we get out? Ha, that's a funny one, look at that. 2020 that was done. 2020 is a rat. Yeah. Oh. Here we go. Wow, I probably put it back on 60 now. So I'll go off low light mode. Yeah, we've got lots of light. Oops, daisy. We've got lots of light now. But yeah, it's very flat. It's quite dry. I mean, you've got condensation, but you know, it's not major drips or anything. It's quite dry in here. Yeah. It's probably just condensation drips. It's probably because the wind coming up the hill blows through and keeps it fairly clear. That's the first portal. Whoa. So what have we got here then? Are we getting in or out, or is it no? It's been bent in a bit, but I don't think you're going to slide through there. What about over here? No, and there's no bars missing. There's no bars missing. Nobody's cut through any of the bars. So it is a walk back. A walk back it is. All the way. Oh, look, spray cans. Yeah. Jupe or loop. Jupe. What's this stuff? Goo or 600? 600. Dope 500. Yeah. They get high whilst spraying as well, probably off the fumes. Yeah. It's a beauty. It's a beauty. And there's more than one. So there would have been probably two train lines here, and then there would be another two somewhere else. So I don't know if we'll find the other one. We'll check it out, see what we can see, but interesting. Yeah. Well, anyway, folks, I'm just going to take a 5-minute break, just sort myself out, drink some water, smoke some vape, and I'll be back with you in a minute. What's this? Oh, I'll have to cut. Oh, one away. Talk. Spirit of Eden. Talk. I love that band, Talk. Oh, life's what you make it. Don't. Was it? I can hear it in my head. It's the guitar. So anyway, Life's What You Make It by Talk. Check it out, folks. You're going into darkness. Hang on. Let's put on some light. And let's put it into low light mode, because I don't think you're going to see this well. You probably will. Let's not echo. It's a nice little echo coming back there. Right, I'm going to go low light mode. Yeah. I wonder if I can get away with a few seconds of Life's What You Make It in this video here now. I wonder if we can get away with a few seconds of it without getting copyright striked. But yeah, certainly is a very nice tunnel on a lovely afternoon to come exploring. Bit of a hole there. What's that about then? What's that about? Nothing above it. No, just a sump hole. So yeah. Oh, it's a great line, this. I love it. I like it a lot. Yeah. Looking around all these graffiti bits, and yeah, it's a bloody interesting place. Look, there's the entrance. Oh, well, one of the entrances we've just come from. So yeah, madness. God. And you always say you like me out on these solo explores where I'm just doing it by myself, and you're all like, oh, but you lost your doggy. Yeah, don't worry about that. I'm fine. I'm having a whale of a time. Oh yes. Having a whale of a time. You ain't got to worry about me. You got to worry about yourselves. What? Is that moisture, or is it no? Just seeing it change. The tone is changing to more silty rather than rock. So it becomes more silty, but still very, very, very stable underfoot. No, it's dry. It's really dry. Like that. It's pretty. You get the occasional drip, but you know, I think this place is quite a dry tunnel. Yeah, it's good. It's in good condition. It's a real prize. Because obviously you're walking. That's cool. Yeah. Do 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 do. Life's what you make it. Down, 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 down. It's that twang. There's a twang in the song. It's lovely. You'll love it. Check it out, folks. Talk, talk. Life's what you make it. Trust me, you'll enjoy it. It's a really good song. I think it's got a good music video with it as well. It's becoming more gravelly again. Gravelly. Whee. Yeah, gravel. Still pretty flat. Still pretty flat. Yeah. There's not too much disruption in the gravel. It's, it's really, really well, It's, nothing's been done with it, it's just as it is. So, amazing. Oh, beer can. What was this then? Guinness. It's a Guinness. It's a Guinness. It's a Guinness draft stout. It's got one of those funny things in it that makes the froth. When was it made? Guinness. Guinness. When was it made? It was made 24. 20th of the 11th, 24. 24. 2024. Somebody's been in here recently then. 24, and they were drinking Guinness, wherever they were. I haven't seen any of the stickers of urbexes. It's just graffiti artists. I haven't seen any like hallmarks of a certain person whose name shall not be mentioned. Yeah, hasn't seen this. I'm surprised. I don't think he's been in here. Oh, that'll piss him off. Oh, that'll wind him up. Oh my God, that'll upset him immensely, I'm sure. And why should he be upset? I don't know, but people seem to take offence, at you doing something that they thought they should have done before you. I don't see the logic in that myself, but whatever. I don't see the logic in it. We're all able to explore. It doesn't belong to anyone. It belongs to everyone. And it should be enjoyed and kept. And hopefully, we will, maybe it'll turn into a cycle track or something, like they do in Wales. They've turned tunnels into cycle tracks. They're great because it means that the people can now not have to cycle up the hill and down the hill. They can open it up and it can become a cycle track. Yes, baby. Less pushing up the hill because you can use the cycle track through the tunnel. Yes, baby. I wonder if they thought of that. What's this? What is this? What is this that we're seeing here? What is this? Yeah. What is this? Somebody built a thing here or something. Like a... what's that? Just can of yeah. Wow. Bloody hell. Yeah, it's a garage basically. It was like a garage. So somebody might have been storing a car or something in here in the past, up at the end of the tunnel. But anyway, right, time for me to get my gloves on, and I'm going to mess about getting out. Do you need to see me get out? You don't really, because you see me get in, so it's the same thing, isn't it, in reverse? So I'm going to get my gloves on, make my life easy, not have to film whilst I'm doing this nonsense as... Yeah, so I think this is probably near enough the end of the video, unless we find another tunnel. I'm going to go and see if I can find another tunnel.
All right. So up next is well, the two up now is the next two videos is my lunch break, and the first one is the old world is worldwide, and episode 18 and 1904 World's Fair live. And here we go.
Welcome. And I just want to thank everyone for the support. We just went over 500,000 views in about 2 months. Incredible. And let's keep it going. Let's get right into this. I'm really excited to show you all what we found this week. The Natural History Museum in Los Angeles, California. This place supposedly opened in 1913 and has fitted marble walls with an incredible dome. The architecture is incredible. This is the largest natural and historical museum in the western United States. The rotunda measures 75 feet in diameter and made with Italian marble. The floor is made with mosaic tile. They say that there was a museum association that was established in 1910 that was the driving factor behind building this building. If this is true, then it took less than 3 years in 1910 to 1913 to get this project started and completed. All materials, blueprints, tools, employees, the land permits, get it all together and complete it in just 3 years, back in 1913. Now the key part that I want to make very clear, and it repeats in so many of these stories, is that they tell us who the architecture supposedly is. And who drew the blueprints on a piece of paper. Whether they're real or not, but they skip right over the big part that someone had to actually physically build these buildings. Who are these people? Which company was this? No mention of this anywhere is a clear giveaway that the builder was not them. If these people actually built this, they would mention and give credit to the actual builder. They'd be yelling it from the rooftop. If it's only 100 years old, surely they would know exactly who did it, but nothing. No builder in the narrative. Simply incredible, and a huge eye-opener, in my opinion. Italian marble on a 75-foot diameter rotunda that is 58 feet in the air with a 20-foot long skylight, because you have to add the skylight, of course. Notice how there's also an original building, which looks like it's from a different civilization that builds with perfection. Then they also go on to say that they've opened up additional wings to this building in 1925, 1930, 1960, and 1976. None of these additions look anything like the original. They're all different. There's no Italian marble, no skylights, just regular 2x4s and boring architecture that we have evolved into today. 1925 was supposedly only 12 years after the original building was built. So why would they build with such excellence in 1913? But 12 years later, we just give up and no longer care about the exact same building? We're asking these questions, but the answers are clear. We did not build the original Natural History Museum in Los Angeles, California. It's time for us to travel all the way to Italy. I want to cover a few things here, but first, we will focus on Rome. Here we have the Temple of Minerva Medica, supposedly built like 1,700 years ago. Who are we kidding here? If you have seen the last 17 episodes, you'll fully understand what I'm about to say, and just another incredible proof in my mind that our timeline begins in the 1800s. Here it is. The decagonal structure is relatively preserved. Though the full dome collapsed in 1828, unbelievable. So this thing was perfect for 1,400 years. But here come the wild 1800s, and the dome collapses randomly. Of course it was random. Sure. Then it goes on to say, and it clearly states, that there is no mention of this structure in any ancient literature. So was this actually built 1,700 years ago? No, it wasn't. This was built by the old world, probably about 400 to 500 years ago, and possibly sooner than that. And I'll give that assumption some validation by going to California. California? Why would we go to California to prove that something in Rome was possibly built in the 1800s? The Palace of Fine Arts, located in San Francisco, California, constructed in 1915 and designed by the one and only Bernard Maybeck, a 162-foot high, 49-meter, open rotunda is enclosed by a lagoon on one side and adjoins a large curved exhibition center on the other side. Mabeck designed what was essentially a fictional ruin from another time. He took his inspiration from Roman and ancient Greek architecture, specifically the Temple of Minerva Medica in Rome. So exactly what we were just talking about. Is this story fact or fiction? Who built this then? No mention of that, of course. Who built this then? Which company? No mention of that, of course, but let's get to the point. These structures are basically exact in totally different continents. One being destroyed in 1828, the other supposedly being built 87 years after this event. Were these actually built at the same time all around the world? What are the point of these things anyway? What are you doing building 162-foot open rotunda structures surrounded by lagoons in San Francisco in 1915? All for show? First of all, the architecture was clearly incredible. It's undeniable. And draw it up all you want, but then getting people to build it is another thing. And of course, no mention of any company that was in the business of turning these blueprints into a reality. Here we go, a little further, and fully understand what this place was constructed, and according to this narrative, that is so insightful and trustworthy. I can't even imagine what we would do without this kind of storytelling. What is this place? Please tell us. We just need to know. Oh wait, here we have it. This structure was created to be a quiet zone. A quiet zone? I'm going to see how many quiet places we build today that have a resemblance of ancient Roman structures. Okay, I'm looking, okay, and oh, it's zero, none. A quiet place. These are not built to be quiet places, and that is obvious to this community. These had a different purpose, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to harness energy for the old world and distribute it to the entire town. That is my opinion, and it's 100% more believable than thinking this was a quiet place. You could go there and yell a little and make some noise, and it will no longer be a quiet place. This narrative is so ridiculous and so much fun to laugh at. I'm going to stay in California for this next building because we are on a roll here. The Calvary Presbyterian Church in San Francisco, California. In 1904, this building just appeared out of thin air. Just get the funds and boom, it's there. Who are we kidding here? Look at this place, please. I do say this often, but it needs to be repeated to make sure we're all understanding what is being said here. If someone was building this building today, we would all be amazed. It would be known to the whole world that this was being constructed. Please take a few seconds to just look at this picture. They are riding around on horses. They did not build this place. They are probably looking at this building and wondering where the heck it came from, just like we are. Or maybe they knew where it came from and knew that it was a past civilization that built it. No roads, but we're just constructing massive churches on the West Coast. How many bricks did it take to build this building? Oh, only 1 million? Okay, simple. Which company transported these 1 million bricks? Oh, yeah, no mention of that. Yeah, of course. Dang, I would have asked them to help me with that. I have 1 million bricks to move, but I didn't know who to ask in the year 1900. I'm sure they accidentally forgot to put that in the story. I wish they would have told me. Imagine having 1 million bricks to move in 1900. Which company were they asking? Here's the architect that they give us. A guy named John, a disgusting fictional character. The narrator is turning into a disgusting individual the more and more we dig. You can read what they have written about this fake architect. I can't even repeat it. I have highlighted it here. It's weird that they marked this man as an architect for this building. But once you go to his page, there's no mention of him ever drawing up any plans for this building. They didn't even mention that he was the architect of the biggest church on the West Coast. Pretty sure that would be on the top of my bio page. Whoops, I accidentally forgot to add that key moment. This fake, disgusting character had no involvement with this building, and this is an admission in my opinion. Let's keep this episode in California to push the point that people were building structures and occupying California with technology that surpasses what we have today, way before we're told in the narrative. The Holbert Building. They say this building was built in the year of 1914. Simple. Because they had Willis Polk to design this 21-floor masterpiece that was handcrafted brass and Italian marble. If you try to find who actually built this building, it just tells you that Mr. Polk designed it. Let's pretend he did. That doesn't mean that he owns a construction company. And if he did, why isn't this mentioned anywhere? Did he build it himself, 21 stories in the air? Who actually built these buildings? Since nobody is telling us, we are 100% allowed to ask these questions. Does Willis Polk have his own tools? How long did this building take to build? Did Polk have any employees? If so, how many? 1, 2, 40? Did he have a way of getting resources to the site in 1914 in California? No, 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 and no. I'd like to send out a friendly challenge to any historian that can prove which company or group of people built this building. I'd genuinely like to know. It'll never happen, but good luck. I hope you all enjoyed today's episode and enjoyed exposing the narrative flaws. I'm very excited for episode 19. We have so much more to come. You guys are all unbelievable, and I couldn't be more thankful for every one of you. We also have a Twitter account up and running. We're on Rumble if you want to check that out too. I'll put that in the link in the description below. I really hope you all have a great rest of your day. Please like, comment, and subscribe. I will be back very soon with much more. See ya.
Don't trust what you see. Don't listen to your senses. Trust what you are told.
So here we go. The photo description states that in the summer of 1903, construction continues inside the entrance to the Palace of Machinery for the Louisiana Purchase Exposition, the 1904 World's Fair. The date of this photo is in 1903. The fair in St. Louis was in 1904. So this would all make perfect sense, except there's a massive flaw. A flaw so big that it's undeniable proof that this building was constructed 100 years before the 1903 date that we are told, and proof that there was a mud flood that ripped through this building at some point after 1803. Where is the foundation of this building? Incredibly detailed construction projects do not take place on top of dirt and garbage. This, in my opinion, is the most incredible photo that I have ever seen to this point. A lie right in our faces, saying that this was being built in 1903, when we have multiple dates of 1803 time-stamped right on the building. Multiple times. Not only that, but you can see that the mud flood damaged the bottom of this building here. The mud came after the construction, not before. And I want to make that point very clear. This is a cleanup project, 100%. After this World's Fair, they knocked these buildings down, not because they were pathetic, but because they held dates that do not fit in our mainstream timeline and architecture that we cannot reproduce today. It's incredible. I've been talking to many people, engineers, construction workers, architects, and more about this photo. They are telling me that this is undeniable proof, and at this point, there isn't an excuse in the book that could save the mainstream history. It's time for everyone to wake up to the nonsense that we have all been force-fed to believe. There are a lot of hidden photos that I'm about to share, and they no longer have to be buried deep in the archives. And for the beginning of these photos, I want to focus on the main theme. The theme being that the building is completed, and they are simply putting scaffolding around the buildings. In my opinion, they are painting these buildings white so that they look brand new, when in reality, they are old and from the past civilization. Here we are told is the government building in the Philippine Exposition. We can zoom in on these guys, and of course they're not doing anything productive. You would think that they could build a better ladder compared to what they supposedly built right next to them. And again, let's switch over to this one, where we are told that this is a construction photo when it's clearly completed. The only construction going on here is the scaffolding. Again and again, people just standing there looking so odd. And it almost looks like they just have a kid here. I mean, look at the detail on top of the columns. It's unbelievable. And I believe that I was correct when I said that they were just painting these buildings. They are not constructing anything. Now let's look down here at the bottom right-hand side of this photo. It says right here that these are painters and decorators. They are not building anything like the description says for these photos. And they needed a place to live on site because they were painting all of these old world buildings. They were going to be there for a while. The buildings lasted forever. The paint did not. So they needed to get a fresh coat of paint on there. But when you look at the description of the photo, it says that it's a photo during its construction. So they are clearly lying. Painting is not constructing. It's painting. Two different, completely separate jobs. So these are all from the St. Louis World's Fair that we showed in the intro. The dates are from 1803, not 1903. And it had a mud flood that ripped through the interior of these buildings. So let's take a look at this building from St. Louis. And this is founded and renamed the Varied Industries building. This is another completion photo that they're trying to say is a construction photo. And I want to zoom in on the top of this building. Can you believe the tech that is on the top of this thing? It's incredible. We have shown the airships in episode 48 and how they connected these flying crafts to the top of these buildings and used them as charging docks. And to be clear, I don't think that the past civilization was limited to just these airships that we have photos of. I think that they had much more powerful vehicles. But let's get back to these photos. Skeptics have said these buildings were just made of wood and very easily constructed, and then that's why they knocked them down. No, the only wood that was being used in this project is for the scaffolding, to paint the old world buildings white. The lumber is for the scaffolding, not the actual building. Let's make that very clear. If you've ever gone to one of these buildings, the pillars are pure marble. They're not wood. You can use the Field Museum as an example, located in Chicago. And now here we have another incredible construction photo, where for some reason, there isn't much construction going on, just a building with more scaffolding. So my question is, how have they gotten away with this nonsense for so long? That is not construction. I can clearly see that the building is done. Just because someone put a ladder in front of it doesn't mean this is being constructed. This is the process that painters use. Any painter will confirm this. And also imagine carrying these materials up that scaffolding. If this was really a construction photo, it would be impossible and very embarrassing because nobody would be able to do it. Does anyone see a crane anywhere? No. Once you know, you know. You don't go back to believing in the lies because they are ridiculous. We have more tech in the background here. There are two of them actually. And here we have a bunch of people that found this building. Let's take a second and look at the size of this thing. This was the Palace of Electricity. Could you imagine this being constructed today? This thing is unbelievable. And remember, there were so many of these buildings being thrown together in like 2 years supposedly, at the same exact time. Oh, and they are all dated 1803, not 1903. And what happened to the Palace of Electricity? We were told that these buildings were practically worthless, and they ended up in dump sites because they were just made of wood, right? The problem with that is that they are contradicting themselves. The Missouri History Museum states that the construction for the Palace of Electricity and Machinery costed them $412,000, which is the equivalent to $11.48 million today in 2023. So it's practically worthless, or is it 11.4 million? This is the kind of stuff that makes me fully trust the mainstream narrative. I love just knowing deep down that they would never lie to us. It's just really nice to know. I love that they provide us with full logistical details. They never contradict themselves. They go that extra mile to make sure that what we are being told is exactly what happened. Oh, they don't do any of that? No, they don't do any of that. Literally none of it. The title states that this is the Iowa State Pavilion construction. And if you just shut your eyes right now, you can clearly see them right there laying the cornerstone. Okay, you can open your eyes now. This is the master builder down here. And those guys up there were also fully trained on how to build massive palaces. In fact, they are admittedly self-trained, getting a lot of their architecture designs and ideas from working on Abe Lincoln's house. As you can see, they were very busy workers. They got that building done in less than 2 years, ready for the world to see. Temporarily, of course, before knocking it down, so that nobody would ever see it again. And we can't forget to mention that they have painters actually painting this building. 4 of them to be exact, proving again that these are not construction photos. They are painting photos. And over on the right-hand side of this photo, we can clearly see a construction process happening, putting the scaffolding together with perfection. Just look at that scaffolding architecture. Okay, I'll be done with the sarcasm for today. The mainstream narrative is so ridiculous. It's really hard to not make fun of it at this point. And then we have more painters. He's got his paintbrush in his hand and the paint right there on the scaffolding. So it's pretty clear at this point that these are no longer allowed to be considered construction photos for anyone that ever had a doubt in their mind. Now he's holding up a hat, and that hat says something on it. I wish I knew what it said. Comment below what you think that hat says. All answers are accepted. The guy next to him is also wearing a top hat, which is, of course, if you're going for the productive painter / I still want my style points look, very common for the 1900s. Very impressive. And here we have the United States Fisheries Building during its completion. But I'm going to zoom in on this building on the right-hand side because it's very strange. And we have these creatures' faces on the side of this building. with writing here as well. I can't see exactly what it says, but it definitely doesn't say fisheries building. And then we can see more painters up here on the left-hand side. And here we have a modern fisheries building, built by us, of course, which won't last forever, unfortunately, because that's the way we construct things. So here we have a fisheries building that is designed by the Greek gods. And we are told that this is a separation of 100 years, but we are evolving and advancing, when in all honesty, that's the complete opposite. More and more people are realizing that the mainstream history that is written down by some random individual that was never even there and is being told what to write is a joke. Anyone that is seriously backing the regurgitated nonsense at this point and is serious about it should be very careful what they hope and believe in, because I have a lot more on the way that is going to rip their history books apart. So let's switch gears here for part 2. I want to show you all the Grimes County Courthouse, located in Anderson, Texas. And we'll just go right in on their website and can really understand how deep the lie goes and how many times it's happened and how these stories are a code and, in my opinion, written by the AI. And a clear giveaway is the repetition. The courthouse was supposedly designed by Glover and Company and completed in 1894, where it incorporates the east wall and foundations of an earlier courthouse that was, you guessed it, destroyed by a fire. So, we are all aware of what the fire narrative really means at this point. It is a nod to their group that this building is from the old world. There was never a fire here, and this building is the original building. The fires that happen today are real. You can see them. The fires are there to destroy the previous civilization's work. And they are not just fires. In my opinion, they are demolitions. Stone and brick do not burn down from a house fire. And this is common knowledge. The fire story today is to destroy these buildings, collect the insurance check, and there's nobody to blame, conveniently. Now, a fire story from the 1800s is weird, because they're trying to fit these incredible buildings into this insane timeline that they're trying to come up with. It's simply a nod, and we know this now. The amount of times that the fire narrative is given to us is alarming. Can you imagine every single house in your neighborhood going up in a fire? No, that's not possible. But nearly every single old world building has a fire story. The probability of that is 0%. So let's stay in Anderson County, Texas, where they have another courthouse that has a backstory that, in my opinion, wouldn't hold up in their own courthouse, located at One Public Square in Palestine, Anderson County, Texas. This building was built on top of the highest hill in Palestine, and we all know when there is a big hill that something is most likely under the grass. We've shown this a lot. Episode 45 has an awesome example of this. Of course, we get the weirdest reoccurring names here, which we've shown a lot. How the AI can't come up with different names. It basically takes like 3 names and scrambles them. It's actually bizarre. It's very weird. Episode 43 is my favorite example of this with the Fredericks. But here we get the architects, Charles Henry Page and Louis Charles Page. So we get Charles Page and Louis Charles Page. That's fine, they can be brothers. But we know the reoccurring names at this point, and know that this is not an accident. And we know what's really going on here. The mom and dad didn't put Charles as the one kid's name, and Charles for the other kid's middle name. It's a clear mix-up by the AI. And then calling them brothers. And to drive this home, if you're on the fence, this is the 4th courthouse on this site. And this one was thrown together by the Charles Page twins in less than a year. Over 110 years ago. From 1913 to 1914. Still trusting the narrative? Or should we go deeper? The first Anderson County Courthouse, a 1-story frame structure, was built in 1847. It was replaced, supposedly, 9 years later. And this type of thing was simple in the 1800s. Building courthouses back then with a horse and a wagon with no power tools was simple stuff. It was very easy. So a 3rd courthouse, also brick, was completed in 1886, only 30 years later. But you guessed it, was, of course, destroyed by a fire in 1913. We're clearly at the point where we are proving time and time again that we have been told a massive lie, and that none of the mainstream history is or ever has been telling the truth. Again, using facts and real logistics and common sense. This fire supposedly happened in 1913. This is what they're telling us. And then somehow clean this brick building up get it out of the way, get all of the new materials to the site, and knock this new courthouse out in less than a year. And it's here forever. This is insane to believe at this point. That isn't even close to a real timeline. And we're not done with Texas today. Let's go over to the Fort Bend County Courthouse and see what they have going on over there. Since, of course, we have these very real twin Charles Page brothers, pinned as the architects of that one too. A brick classical revival style masterpiece that also stands the test of time. And if you thought that last one was an eye-opener, hold on to your seats, because this is the 5th courthouse in this county, which began in 1837. The structure was designed by these Page twins and all wrapped up in 1909. So from 1908 to 1909, less than a year, they got this thing done. And that's, of course, not the weirdest part, because, of course, there is more. Because we need to figure out why there's been 5 courthouses here in this town. So the 1887 courthouse, one of the 5 that were here prior, had a clock tower, but they removed that shortly after the building was done, which makes sense if you're trying to hide the past civilization's work. This courthouse stood on Morton Street, where the current town hall sits, and you guessed it again, it burned down in 1930. Did you think that was where I was gonna stop? Well, here on TexasCourthouses.com, I found all 5 of these supposed previous courthouses, and I wanna know where they all went. Not just one of them. The first one, in 1842, gone, lost to erosion. Here's a second one. Building completion date, 1871. Present status, gone. Burned down in 1887. So we know that this exact same courthouse has multiple fire stories, because we already know that courthouse number 3, built in 1887, also burned down in 1930 from a fire. Oh, and remember when we were told that the clock tower was removed shortly after the building was done? Well, now we're being told that it was conveniently blown away in the wind. Come on, narrator, get your story straight. Oh, and just for fun, courthouse number 2 was $7,500. So courthouse number 4, just throw another 0 on the end of the same exact repeating number of 75. Unbelievable stuff. Between building projects that take less than a year, over and over, to the same names, and all of the old world buildings, somehow, randomly, without any backstory as to how it happened, going up in flames. Brick buildings, when we know that brick does not burn down from house fires. This is a lie, and has been right in our faces, and all we had to do was look. I have located these Charles Page twins, and I have found their supposed backstory. And not only are they from St. Louis, a place that we have gone to, and we know how incredible that place is now, but their father has the same name of Charles Henry, and the mother's name is Page. All 4 characters sharing the same name, where his father was a Mason, with his brother being named Louis, and another duplicate name, hinting at the city of St. Louis. It's a code, a clear connection, reoccurring names over and over again. A code for only their group to understand. Until now. Today, I'm going to introduce an alternative conclusion as to why these palaces are all over the world. Today, I'm going to attempt to take our thought process a little deeper. And we're also going to see a palace in Russia that we are told has a painter that died years before the construction was even close to being done. Because we all paint our house before it's built. No. Right here on TheMatrixBreakersunfilterd.com, we are given a panoramic shot of St. Petersburg, Russia, with perfect dirt roads, where I don't see a single person. Massive buildings everywhere, yet not one person. These photos are from 1861, only 3 years after they say that this was constructed. You can see this palace in the 4th shot in the panoramic view, where it's becoming clearer and clearer that these cities all over the world, palaces, were constructed by a massive civilization, one that was here before us, a civilization that had incredible technology, and a civilization that was here only a few hundred years ago, a civilization that is clearly being hidden to us. Yet their construction sits here looking at us straight in the face. These photos are alarming in my opinion. Everyone should be asking questions at this point. One question should be, who paved all of this dirt? Like it's all perfectly prepared for these photos. And I'm going to suggest an alternative, much less likely idea, an idea that should just be out there for people to think about. And possibly not just an alternative idea, but something that could definitely be an addition to what we have already known. That there was a previous civilization here before us. But after doing countless hours of this research on this topic, after looking at these photos, where these cities look like they were on display for all of us, almost like they were prepared for us, cleaned up perfectly, and ready for us all to come into the picture in the late 1700s. An idea that I'm just gonna throw out there into the world for everyone to think about, instead of being just stuck in my head, is, are there two groups? One that actually cared about us, possibly created us, and set this stage for us, and one that does not care about us, with the corrupt group still being here, and the other group that built our incredible stage and felt that we deserve the greatest palaces to live in and use. The group that fully understood this type of incredible construction, possibly no longer here, with a corrupt group that ended up wanting to control an entire population, us. Changing the narrative to all of these buildings, hijacking all of the buildings, calling them Capitol buildings, banks. Buildings for them now, and no longer for us. Buildings that were always and originally meant for us, where they are now used as this group's offices to control us. Destroying the rest of the buildings with wars, great fires that weren't so great, tricking us for 200 plus years, giving us a ridiculous story that a group of people that had a population of basically nobody, that rode around on donkeys with no technology, were the master builders of stone-carved and marble basilicas that stand the test of time all over the world, when in reality it was a much more powerful group that is no longer here, or maybe they are, and watching from a distance. A group that set the stage for all of us, built all of these incredible buildings that we have been talking about this entire time. Temples, cathedrals, basilicas, Capitol buildings, houses that are white, and no, not the vinyl siding ones. Is it possible that we are so much more important, so much more powerful than we are told, and completely tricked and manipulated into thinking that we are just these lazy pawns to these corrupt individuals that stole our buildings, our land, our lives, making us feel like we're born just to work and sleep, just to struggle, over and over, when in reality, our lives are so much more important and incredibly valuable. In reality, they have stolen our buildings, taken them from us, and giving us these depressing, ugly boxes in return, which are demoralizing to look at. We know that the historical narrative that we are currently given is complete nonsense. We have proven this, in my opinion. We have shown massive flaws, including the population lie, where supposedly we are being told that nobody wants to have kids with anyone for thousands of years. And then in the 1700s, out of nowhere, conveniently, right when all the financial institutions begin, the human mind changes for the first time ever. Just a random fluke, we are told. And people finally enjoy each other's company and finally want to have kids with each other. And this narrative was accepted for far too long. Believing this narrative, this chart, is borderline insanity. What we don't know, and what we all want to know, is where we are. What is the truth? Who actually built these buildings? They are incredible, and nothing like the buildings that we build today. It's built by a different mindset. They're built with much more technology, much more information that we do not have. We are not taught these skills in our highest architecture classes. Which class shows us how to knock out a palace in a year with no power tools, no light bulbs, no shipping companies, nothing? That chapter was left out of the college architecture book. We all know this. These buildings that we all see in every single one of our cities, they tell a much different story than what we've all been told by the mainstream narrative. And this narrative, this lie, it only helps one group, and the group is not us. There was a previous civilization that was here before us, a civilization that was massive and held incredible technology. But there is a very real possibility in my mind that there are also higher powers that are possibly still here that set this current stage for us, and the game has now been corrupted. We don't advance our overall thought process by simply being quiet. Who maintained all of this dirt? We're being told that a civilization of no people had the capabilities to construct an entire palace city. And this city will last forever. Yet when you look at the finished product, there isn't a single person anywhere. It's empty. And here we have St. Isaac's Cathedral, located in St. Petersburg, Russia. And the inside just blows your mind, with massive doors, incredible detail, with a height of over 330 feet. And we are told the exact same story that we've seen all over the world, that this wasn't even the first structure. This one was the replacement. In fact, it was the fourth consecutive church standing at this place. The exact same location has had 4 churches here. This is what we're being told. I'm shocked that this pattern, that 4 buildings have been on the same site. How has this pattern not been identified before? We see the exact same thing, even over in Texas, when they have 7 courthouses on the exact same site. We've seen it all over. It's a repeating pattern. All of these narratives all over the world are, in my opinion, created by the same source. And in my opinion, based on everything that we've seen, it's an AI, very similar to ChatGPT. This palace has bronze doors, internal columns, statues on the inside, and of course, the interior was originally decorated with paintings that have been since painted over. And supposedly they reproduced them. They had to get rid of the originals because they deteriorated because of the cold and damp conditions inside. This is incredible how they get away with destroying the originals over and over. We are told that this building was constructed between 1818 and 1858. When we can easily catch this narrative in a lie, when we go to Vatican City and take a look at Sistine Chapel, where Michelangelo painted this in 1508 to 1512, supposedly, predating this Russian painting by over 300 years. And it's holding up just fine, unless, of course, Michelangelo had a better paint set. It's ridiculous. So the paintings should have been just fine in Russia. And this is when the story gets even weirder, when they tell us that during World War II, the dome was also painted over, making it gray, to avoid attention from enemy aircraft. So I hope we're all seeing very clearly at this point what these wars, seeing what their true purpose was. Clearly destroying these buildings, removing the inside because it was too cold. Give me a break. And they say the work was never completed. But when you take a look at the inside, it looks pretty completed to me. It doesn't even look like they missed one spot. And they tell us that the original paintings were done by this Karl guy and other random Russian masters of the day. And of course, no need to name these Russian masters of the day, but here is Karl. It was the pose of the day. Could you imagine if we gave information the way the mainstream narrative did? Just saying they were the flavor of the day, painted by the painters of the day, like it's some sort of special on the menu. It's incredible how this was accepted as fact for so long. It's shocking. And Karl died before the construction was done. Do we all paint our houses before the construction is done? Or is this the last step in the process? It is the last step. You don't paint your house years before it's done. He died in 1852. We are told that the building is done in 1858. So this guy that put the finishing touches on the palace is dead 6 years before the building is done. So we know we don't paint our house 6 years before it's done. Oh, and if we go down here at the bottom, we can see that this was his self-portrait. Very nice choice, Karl. Let's take a look at the technologies of this palace, where William Handyside is the engineer. So Handyside is the guy where they get 10,000 tree trunks and throw them into the marshy banks. So they want us to believe that there's just a bunch of tree trunks under this palace. And I know they're a bunch of liars at this point. So when we see something like this, I know to go deeper. This statement makes me think that there is something under this palace that has significant value. When we can see that this building has artwork and exhibits from a museum that were hidden away in the cathedral's basement. So now we know that this palace has a basement with valuables in it, and all chalked up to this war again. So they lay down these 10,000 tree trunks on a marshy bank, and then knock out a massive basement on top of all that, and then build a palace. and paint it before it's done. And then get rid of those paintings because it's a little too cold. But never finish those paintings, of course. Oh, and this is the 4th palace on the same site. It sounds like a lie. I wonder how much bigger this palace is underground, like we have seen in episode 44, when we caught a tunnel on camera from the Illinois State Capitol building while they were in the middle of destroying something and just call it a renovation project. So here's the construction photo that they give us. A photo from express2russia.com. There's a big problem though with this picture. It's a drawing. And we know that they had cameras in 1816. So why give us a drawing? I've said this before, but it's so true. For all we know, they just drew this last night. It's a drawing. It's obviously not proof of construction. Not even close. Here we are told we have a view of the cathedral surrounded by wood scaffolding from another drawing, drawn 3 years ago by a master drawer of the day, as the mainstream narrative likes to say. It's incredible. So in 1931, they turned this cathedral into a museum when, under the Soviet government, the building was stripped of religious trappings. In 1931, it was turned into the Museum of the History of Religion and Atheism. So the complete opposite of a cathedral. Going back to my suggestion that there's possibly a group that wants to take these buildings that were originally meant for us in a positive manner and turn them into the complete opposite, removing everything that was once given to all of us, a cathedral, changed to a museum of history and atheism, where the original dove structure was removed and replaced by a Foucault pendulum, which we all know at this point is some weird symbol for this group. Let's check this palace out, now that we know that this building's narrative is forever in shreds. So here we have the St. Isaac's Cathedral, and right over here we have another building that'll no longer be hidden in plain sight, the Mariinsky Palace. Now let's have some fun, and make sure you don't confuse it with the theater. And thank you for letting us know about this masterpiece. Is there a more entertaining topic? Finding buildings, palaces, that make no sense in the fabricated timeline that we're given. Palaces that we can actually go and visit, especially when we're told that this was built in a year. And unfortunately, the original building was destroyed by a fire in 1859. Adding to our fire total. Is your mind blown yet? Should we go deeper? The new one, the one that's here today, the palace opened up the very next year. So the theater's narrative is clearly a mess. So let's go back to this palace, where in 1839, they were building palaces as wedding presents. This is incredible. Built in 5 years, from 1839, and wrapped it right up in 1844. And then, of course, taken over by the Russian government and off limits to the public. Were these buildings built for them? It's definitely an interesting thought that these narratives are thrown together by this group as a successful attempt to steal these buildings from us, and clearly getting away with it, and then create the passport so that if we want to go visit these lands that were once all ours, you need to make sure you have your papers. I don't think this was the world that was created for all of us. I think it was the complete opposite. And it's been 100% infiltrated worldwide. And it's beginning to feel more and more like everyone's starting to realize that. And I was looking at this area and saw these two buildings in the background that clearly look out of place. So let's check this one out first. A building that was taken over by the Russian Navy, where they tell us that an earlier wooden church sat on the exact same site. And then we have the other palace that we just saw. And remember, all of these buildings, they're all right next to each other. This is the Trinity Cathedral, where let's just close this episode off properly. Let's show the world that the lie is over. It's game over for the mainstream narrative. And there is no going back. We will all never forget this. The more and more people that see the lies, the faster the truth is going to be shown to us, where we are told that the Trinity Cathedral was constructed in 1828 to 1835. And in 2006, the blaze apparently started on scaffolding on the outside of the church, which was undergoing restoration. And we all know that restoration really means destruction. Now in Columbus, Ohio, we are given one of the most important narratives to this point, to our research, in my opinion. We have the Pontifical College, Josephinum, where Joseph comes over to the USA from Germany in 1867. 3 years later, he becomes a priest and has his own church within a few months. And he gets to buy the house next door, of course, to support 12 orphans. And do we all know about the orphans at this point? Possibly a repopulation tactic that was going on in the 1800s. It's very interesting. Was it only 12 orphans? Or was this one of the places that they would send the orphans through to get them into society? Because who would ever question Joseph the priest from the 1800s? You know, the guy that just randomly shows up from Germany, has all the money ready to buy houses somehow, to support orphans. It all checks out, of course. Simple stuff for Joseph. This was known as the St. Joseph Orphan Asylum. It grew so rapidly, for some weird and of course, very random reason, that 5 years after it began, Joseph moved the operation closer to the railroad, which is how these individuals would be dispersed throughout the country. So this is a paragraph of admission. We are being told, down to the smallest detail, how this operation worked. It would go through churches. They would bring a manager type over from Europe, call them a priest, give them a house, give them the resources to run these operations, purchasing new buildings with ease to run the program. So not only do you have the World's Fairs that were a repopulation tactic, you had these orphan trains and orphan hubs where they would be dropped off and planted into society. The new facility that Joseph was just finding and saying was his. I want to make that clear, he wasn't building anything. He was given these buildings that were already there from the previous civilization. So the new building gave the orphans a training in the trades. So this Joseph guy was obviously sent with a purpose, to repopulate and teach to a brand new society, one that didn't have any skills. This right here is how you reset a society's technology level. The teacher is never in charge of what the students learn. This Joseph character is a teacher of a class. He is not the principal of the school. There are many schools. He is clearly taking direction as to what the students of the new society will learn. There were many classes like this one all over the country, happening simultaneously. This was an operation. This went on for 12 years with zero backstory. Finds the Collegium Josephinum, this massive college, is just found and ready to roll. No clue where the money came from. No mention of how many men were needed to build this place. Just found it. And its first class of 23 men began. It's unbelievable. This is one of the most important stories to our research, in my opinion, because it shows exactly how the operation took place. It's actually laying it all out there and shows us exactly how they repopulated these regions in the USA. It shows us the operation with the orphans, the teaching programs. And this was our base for our technological knowledge. Whoever controlled this operation from the top has all of the technology from the previous civilization and is controlling what technology we get to have. And they've clearly been doing this for a very long time. And for anyone that's on the fence, we have the St. Vincent's Infant Asylum, located in Baltimore, where we have tunnels under the ground. This infant asylum was in use in the mid-1800s, during the same time period as German transfer Joseph. And what do you know? In the early 1900s, the operation was done, and they declined new orphans. 1941, they changed this to apartments. And in 2015, they light it up and try to destroy it with a fire, but they fail. So 3 years later, what do you think happens? 2018, the building was illegally demolished without a permit. You literally can't make this stuff up. It gets more and more obvious. If you're still on the fence, let's go even deeper. We have the St. Mary's Orphan Asylum, located in Galveston, Texas, where they tell us that this one is haunted. Now, I've talked about hauntings before briefly. I'm not going to say that there aren't any hauntings, but when it comes to these old world buildings, I think it was a tactic to keep people away from them. Just say that they're haunted, and it scares everyone away from investigating. So we have yet again another orphan operation going on in the mid-1800s. And I'm just going to let you know that this is going on and on and on. There were so many orphan operations going on in the mid-1800s because this was how they were repopulating these cities. So where were all these kids' parents Is this where a lot of our families originated from? Is this why the family trees in the USA almost all end around the same time period? We are told hundreds of fire stories through the first 52 episodes. We know that that is the key, and the nod, that it's a building that was constructed by the previous civilization. The St. Mary's Orphan Asylum. For anyone wondering where the parents of these orphans were, you might want to check the other asylum, the insane asylum, because they were not going along with the reset. Here's a graph showing that the insane asylums are disappearing over time, and I wonder why. Good thing they cared so much about us in 1955 and 1965, because surely that was the fix. And then a fire had devastated the St. Mary's Orphan Asylum in 1875. If anyone is still on the fence, there is room over here to get off the fence. And honestly, who would want to sit on top of a fence anyway? So we have Ohio, Baltimore, Texas. We have all these towns and cities being repopulated. Brand new people, brand new social structures, brand new mindsets, and resetting what people are taught. This all happened around 150 years ago. So this is all very new. This isn't thousands of years ago. Then we have another very interesting aspect of this in Germany during this same exact time period. And remember, we also have good old Joseph from earlier, also from Germany. So here we are given the Kinderbewahrenstalt. And if I pronounce that wrong, I hope you all understand. This is where we are given kindergarten, another tactic to teach children the brand new social structures. What better way to trick people? Take them out of their family's home and tell them what to think, and then test them on it. Failing the test will then lower your self-esteem, putting a social pressure on children to agree with this new way of thought, or they will be called dumb and get an F. This is an operation. It's all connected, and it's designed to enslave the world's population. Year after year, we are all taught a false narrative. We've all been brainwashed into thinking that you are either smart or dumb based on a curriculum that holds zero value in the real world. Now, who knows if this Frederick Froebel was even a real character, but they do admit that kindergarten starts in Germany around the exact same time period that we're talking about, the mid-1800s. So I wanted to tie it all in with the rest of the world. This is a worldwide operation. This is not just the USA. We have a lot of things in the USA being controlled through Germany during this time period, especially the education aspect of it. And I want to point out that yes, we have borders and division now. We have so many countries in the world, and everyone is separated. And you're unable to travel to other lands unless you have a piece of paper that is registered and checked at the checkpoints. But who's to say that there even was a border in the previous civilization? Were there so-called elected leaders controlling everyone, deciding what we can and cannot do? Could they have had a truly free life where they were able to travel wherever they want freely and not feel like they're invading someone else's territory? I would say, in my opinion, this was the world that was here before the reset. And something happened where this past civilization was wiped out and their technology was stolen by a group. And some of it is now being sold back to us strategically. The good stuff is kept to control the masses and used for their benefit. Here we have the St. Joseph's Orphanage, located in Vermont. And if you want to know where they get these horror movies, where they show a nun doing crazy things, there's a dark truth to it. These movies don't come out of nowhere. They come from the last 150 years. Here in Vermont, in the mid-1800s again, thousands of children came through its doors. If you want to demoralize, control, and manipulate a new population, make them completely forget their past and never question what they're told, you would make them suffer. You would take them from their families, and you would ruin their mind at a young age. We have more than 5 million American children passing through the orphanage system in the 1900s alone, hitting its peak in the early 1900s. So it began in the mid-1800s and really ramped up to populate these cities. The American orphanage system included more than 1,600 institutions, partly supported by public funding, but usually run by religious orders, exactly like we talked about in the beginning of this episode. So I think we have now a very solid understanding how the USA was repopulated, how this operation took place, and exactly when it took place. I think that we now have factual evidence as to when this reset really happened. And I think that every episode that is released makes episode 10 and 38 stronger and stronger, giving us more and more proof to our true history.
All right, up and now is exploring with Josh. Real footage of Area 51. We were followed. This felt illegal. Here we go.
Help fuel a perception that the government has been holding on to top secret information about this remote facility in the Nevada desert.
If you are considering trespassing on Nevada Test and Training Range boundaries, please consider the following consequences. 1, you'll be required to pay a $1,000 fine, your car will get towed, and much more. There is a guard literally watching us right now in the white car. The white truck down there, he's right there. We do not want to cross this line. Guys, there is multiple ways inside Area 51. This is the front side. There's also a back side, the famous one that people like to go to where the guard is, and that's something we're going to be going to later. As we are here today, Trump just stated that he is releasing all the alien files, and Barack Obama said that aliens are real. Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in, what is it?
Area 51?
Area 51. There's no underground facility.
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. You know?
So aliens are real?
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you he gave classified information.
And here's where things get absolutely insane. We might get arrested, but we are going to be showing you real footage of Area 51 because we found a place and met a guy who's taking us to a secret location. We're going to be able to see the real Area 51 base. We got to go find the base. I don't trust him watching us over there. We gotta go. The thing is, we're one of the first channels ever to show off the real Area 51. We've been on the road for literally 7 minutes or more, just driving 50 miles an hour, flying down this road, and there's no sign of really any changes. So right now, explorers, we are meeting up with a guy called Uncanny Expeditions on YouTube. His name is Anders. I consider him a professional out here. He's the first one I've ever seen cover Area 51 and actually showcase the base. I'm surprised he's not even arrested for doing it. No one has ever showed it like this before. It's just him. So we are gonna be the first ones besides him to show you the real base. All right, so this is where we're meeting Uncanny. I'm pretty sure that's his car we're gonna be going into. Never met him before, so it's always awkward meeting people for the first time. But I know this is him. But I'll put the camera down for a second so it's not awkward on our first meetup. All right, guys, so nothing was awkward. That is Anders right there. We are following them right now so we can ditch our car on this trail. He'll tell me the trail, what it is when we get there, and we're gonna go right up to the top. I'm documenting everything. Get ready. All right, we're taking our first turn onto the trail. We're lock and loaded. It's a no hunting zone, thank God.
Yeah, we're not gonna get shot.
Yeah, not getting shot. We are patrolling 3 deep. This is kind of dope. Right now, we are near the Black Canyon Trail near Alamo, Nevada. Apparently, this is how we're gonna see Area 51.
The name Area 51 comes from Cold War era maps, created by the United States Atomic Energy Commission. During the 1950s, large sections of the Nevada desert were divided into numbered zones for nuclear weapons testing at the nearby Nevada test site. One remote section near a dry lake bed was labeled Area 51. At the time, it was just a designation on a map. But in 1955, that empty section of desert became the location for one of the most secretive aviation facilities in the United States. During the early years of the Cold War, the United States needed a way to spy on Soviet military activity. Satellites didn't exist yet, so the CIA worked with engineers from Lockheed Corporation to develop a new high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. To test it, they chose a dry lake bed called Groom Lake, deep inside the Nevada Test and Training Range. Construction of the base began in 1955. The aircraft being tested, there was the Lockheed U-2. Early prototypes were secretly transported to Groom Lake in pieces and assembled at the new facility. The plane could fly above 70,000 feet, far higher than most aircraft of the time, and often beyond the reach of radar defenses. From the ground, These flights sometimes appeared as small, glowing objects high in the sky. Because the program was classified, many of those sightings were reported as UFO encounters. Later, the facility also played a role in developing stealth aircraft technology, including early testing of the Lockheed F-117 Nighthawk. Today, Area 51 remains an active U.S. Air Force testing facility, and much of what happens there is still classified. But its role in developing some of the most advanced aircraft in modern aviation history is now well documented.
This is actually where we're switching cars right here. Are you the first that actually got the first footage?
There's been other footage. There's been some guys doing this kind of Area 51 stuff like since the 90s, like before I was even like born.
Okay.
But that's a lot of that stuff is like old like film photos and stuff like that, like kind of buried in different places on the internet. I just kind of went up there with the goal of getting some just really, really high quality footage. There's one mountain in particular that isn't the normal mountain that people climb. I was the first person to climb that mountain.
So are we climbing that one or are we doing another one?
We're climbing the main one, Tikaboo.
Okay.
Tikaboo is cool because you can see the surveillance camera that they have up there. It's kind of a vibe, you know, like basically there's this fake weather station that they have on top. It is actually a weather station, but the camera on there is basically feeding directly to Area 51 security.
Wow.
So, there's an organization that put up the weather station that's actually like a front for the military, basically.
Yeah. And so you said there's road sensors?
And there's road sensors after a certain point. I'll show you once we get there, but after a certain point on the road, there is road sensors, so they know when somebody's approaching.
Dang, so how come you don't think they won't buy the land out so they wouldn't?
Well, it's kind of a process. So they've actually tried to seize the land around Tikaboo, I think, a couple of different times.
Okay.
But basically, whenever the government takes over BLM land or public land, there's a legal process they have to go through. And obviously, the BLM doesn't like necessarily the land getting taken. So, like, if the government wants to seize land and they really, really try, they can. Like, there's 2 other mountains that were about 10 miles away from the base that they were able to successfully seize. But given that this is 26 miles away, it's a little harder to justify.
Dang. So guys, if you don't know Uncanny Expeditions, go subscribe to him, link in the description down below, but this is gonna be a crazy mission. Right now we are 15 minutes from, where do you think we're 15?
Well, we're 15 minutes from a map marker that I have for a turnoff. So I basically drop little pins on every fork in the road just so I know in case I'm talking and I miss it or something.
Yeah.
But we're probably more like 30 minutes from where we'll ditch this car and hop in my buddy's car.
Oh, okay,
and then it's another probably 5-10 minutes after that.
Oh, not bad.
Yeah.
Do you believe in aliens?
So yes and no. I think there's truth, like broadly speaking, to some of the claims. But when if I say I believe in aliens, sometimes that comes with a bunch of baggage. Like I believe every single person who's come out with stories about aliens.
Right.
And I approach everything from a skeptical mindset. So if somebody has a claim about UFOs or aliens, I always start with the point of, okay, they're lying. Let's try and prove them true. Whereas some people start with the claim that, or start with the belief that they're telling the truth. Let's prove them wrong. You know.
Right.
I always start with let's cross off all the logical explanations first before we jump to aliens.
So do you think when people they look in the stars and they can't explain it in the skies, and do you think it's like aircrafts from Area 51?
I think a certain percentage of UFO sightings are advanced military technology, whether it's from Area 51 or some of the other military facilities out here. I've seen a few things with my night vision before. Kind of what first got me into it is I looked up in the sky and I saw what looked like a satellite, but it suddenly did like a right angle turn, basically. And it moved in a way that I couldn't see any like normal type of aircraft moving.
Wow.
So it could be an alien, it could be some really advanced military satellite that can change directions. You know, you don't know, but that's one of the things that really made me want to invest more in the night vision stuff, was seeing that years ago.
So do you have you ever been fouled or anything strange?
There's definitely some elements of the military and the Air Force that don't really like how much I'm poking around out here.
That's what
I'll say that.
Yeah, so because you're covering way too much, bro.
I've been I'll say they weren't threatening or anything, but I have been approached in public at a gas station down at the southern part of the test range. So I pulled in, and when I came out, there was a group of 4 people waiting for me at my car, and basically like, oh, you got a lot of subscribers on your YouTube channel, you out here filming something, basically like that. But I will say they were completely polite and professional. So I didn't film it and post it because I try and respect their privacy too.
And they were, you think they were like the camo dudes?
Oh, they were military Air Force intelligence officers, basically. So Air Force has this thing called OSI, Office of Special Investigations. They basically do like counterintelligence investigations. So if somebody's out here like doing what I'm doing, they're going to be the ones like looking into it for sure.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
dude, I didn't know that. That's
Yeah.
scary.
Before we get right back in today's video, I'd like to thank today's sponsor, you guys. First off, thank you guys so much who's been donating to Patreon every single month, and thank you for everyone who's been also buying the Exploring Crew merch. This goes a very long way. So unlike other channels, I do not receive a lot of brand deals. So it costs a lot of money to fund these videos, and I have team costs and production costs that are pretty high. So all the money you give me covers all of this. So team costs, like my mom who runs my Exploring Crew store, or like my editor who edits all these videos, or my graphic designer who makes all the thumbnails, or even my brand manager who does all the behind the scenes business stuff. Or like production costs are things like my flights, my foods, my hotels. I don't stay in 5-star fancies hotels either. Or more production costs are like my cameras, my drones, my film permits. It all adds up. So whether you support my Patreon or my Exploring Crew store, check both out, please. So for example, my Exploring Crew store, we have tons of merch. We don't just sell hoodies, we sell stickers, t-shirts, shorts. And if you just don't want any of that, but maybe you want to be a Patreon supporter in general, we have reward tier lists. We have a private Discord where I chat to all you guys personally on there, like our own club. It's all there, guys. All this goes a long way. Check out both. It means a lot. Back into the video.
Do you believe a lot of people when they come out in the news saying that they used to work at Area 51 or not? Like those famous guy,
Bob Lazar.
Bob Lazar, yeah. Do you believe Bob Lazar?
At this point in my life, I'm more in the side of not believing Bob Lazar. So
Yeah.
it's kind of interesting. He's one of those really, really polarizing figures. Like even people who are really hardcore UFO fanatics, you'll find people with split opinions on Bob Lazar.
Okay.
When I was super young and just getting into like UFOs and stuff, I 100% believed him. And then, like as I started researching more, there's a ton of things in his background that really stick out as red flags, potentially pointing to him, you know, being kind of a con artist, in my opinion. If something came out, like there's a new documentary that's supposed to be coming out this year with some supposed new evidence. No, I'll watch it. I watch everything with an open mind.
Same.
But I'm at the point in my life where I'm skeptical of his story in particular. The thing is with Area 51, and if you hear people blabbing a lot, 99% of the time they're full of shit.
That's what I'm thinking, because the government would have already took him by now.
Despite its real role in developing experimental aircraft, Area 51 eventually became famous for something else entirely: aliens. Much of that reputation can be traced back to a man named Bob Lazar. In 1989, Lazar appeared in a television interview claiming he had worked at a secret facility near Area 51 called S4 Facility. He said the government was studying recovered extraterrestrial spacecraft and attempting to reverse engineer their propulsion systems. The claims were never verified, and investigators have found no confirmed records showing Lazar worked at the base. But the story spread quickly and helped cement Area 51 as the center of alien conspiracy theories.
Bob Lazar claims our government captured alien spaceships, UFOs, and keeps them in a secret warehouse. And that's not all. Bob says Uncle Sam hired him to figure out how they fly.
Understand that he willingly agreed to take a lie detector test, requested and independently arranged by a Las Vegas reporter. Terry Tavernetti is the ex-cop who administered the test.
If he's lying, he ought to be in Hollywood, because he gave absolutely no physiological indications of attempting deception.
The atomic bomb. But in a rare interview with Inside Report, Teller insisted he doesn't know Lazar, or at least doesn't remember him.
They select people with a really, really specific psychological profile. So like they have like stable marriages, like stable home life. Whereas Bob Lazar, like he married like some kind of sketchy women, and like he cheated on his wife and actually was married to 2 different women at once somehow. Like all this weird stuff.
Stuff
like,
that doesn't make sense for him to get to Area 51.
Yeah, like they're so selective with who they hire.
Yeah.
Like if you have like anything even slightly weird in your background, they're not going to hire you.
Okay.
So that is a huge red flag in my opinion.
I agree.
Some of these people.
I agree. Dang.
Yeah. So we are at the point now where they have road sensors on the road, so they definitely know we're coming. Basically, every certain amount of feet, it'll ping and it'll send a signal back to the security guard shack at Area 51.
And they already know who you are, so at this point,
they know who I am.
You think
that's why they flip out whenever I show up at the front gate now.
Yeah. do you think there's cameras somewhere hidden around here that like looks out?
So I don't think there's cameras at this point. There is a camera on Tickaboo Peak that they have a direct feed to.
Dang. So they're gonna just hear and see us.
Yeah, they'll know. And if they actually do bring out something like really secret that they don't want somebody to see, they will straight up delay a test if they know somebody's on Tickaboo.
Oh, 100%. So how sometimes you capture some rare stuff and they must know you're on it.
Yeah, like there's places around here that like the whole reason I haven't put them out yet is just because I want to keep them
100%
on the down low.
Yeah, I'm like that with abandoned places. I keep it secret for a long time at first.
Yeah.
But this is, I mean, we are seriously, man, we are out here.
So far, we haven't hit the marshes, I guess.
Yeah,
it's
wow.
Get real,
it's already getting bumpy. But... Yeah. You can almost not even tell it's a road anymore. There is another car that's behind Josh, who's driving the other car behind him. We don't know who this person is.
Yo, guys, we have a vehicle behind us. What's this guy doing? No one goes on this road.
Yeah. So we have a vehicle behind us, following us.
What the heck?
I am unsure what it could be. It doesn't look like a standard.
Yo, exactly. We're in the middle of nowhere. He's coming out.
Does that look like
yeah.
I'm glad you saw it, because I was worried it was going to fall off.
What's up?
What's that?
I'm glad you stopped, because I was going to start honking soon, because it was like just sort of hanging off the side.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty hard.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
And now we just lost him. Where is he, dude? Like, man, we need to walk back.
Let's get out and walk back.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, I seen him in my rearview mirror. We seen a car behind the other guy. So I don't.
Getting arrested by Cam.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, did we get followed or not? And then,
He's like way back here.
Yeah. Something happened. Yeah, there's gonna be another car behind this car. Hang on. We're just making sure he's good.
Yeah. Dude, I got so worried. I was like, where the fuck are they?
Yeah, who's the other guy?
We hit him. I don't know. He just literally like appeared.
Yeah. Oh no, we looked in the rear view mirror.
Yeah.
Okay. He's out of his vehicle. Did you see him?
No, I mean I saw his truck, but. Yeah.
Well, we're just making sure because we didn't know if it was a camo dude or anything at first.
That's exactly what we were wondering. Like.
Okay, we're good, baby. We're back.
Yeah.
So we came up to a problem, guys. This is a huge dip where we don't know if we're gonna be able to take this car up it, but we'll just jump into this car and keep it going. Oh, hell yeah. All right, that was good. Let's see if our boy Anders can make it. It's looking pretty safe, man.
All right, we got it.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So this is the bad boy?
Well, yeah, this is the one I have with me now. So this isn't the one that I used to film last time I was here. I'm always trying out different kinds of camera gear. So this theoretically should get me slightly more reach than the last setup that I had.
Nice. That is insane. All right, so we ditched the car and now we are taking the trail up. It is about a 1.5 mile hike and it does get strenuous. It goes straight up. So wish us luck. 15 minutes in right now. It's like, looks like this was like some sort of river, but we're going up it. Up and away. You guys tired yet?
Hell no.
Hell yeah.
The trail climbs nearly 2,000 feet in elevation, and much of it is steep and exposed. Large sections of the mountain are almost straight uphill, forcing hikers to climb loose rock and narrow ridges as the trail winds toward the summit. What starts as dry desert terrain at the base often turns into cold alpine weather near the top.
So update, we're a little lost, looking for ribbons. Don't know where they are, but should be all right.
Back on track.
Back on track now. We're good, we're back. So right here, the ribbons say Alien Archivist.
Yeah.
On the ribbons here and here. Kind of cool. So as we get higher, the snow is getting thicker. It's starting to go into my shoes and it's getting there. All right, so how far do you think we are?
I think we probably came about 3/4 of a mile, maybe.
Okay, so we're almost there. Halfway?
Halfway, I'll say
halfway. And if you can look, you can see very little bit the front gate road that we were on, and behind those mountains is Area 51. We're getting there. This is no easy hike. I'm not even joking. This is not for everybody. So we might have to get our hands and knees. Well, it's almost like that. I mean, we are literally straight up. It's not even funny. All right.
All right. So that little tower you can see in the distance, that is our final destination. That's the actual peak of Tikaboo, and that's where the government put up a surveillance camera. So they're watching us right now, seeing us climb, and they'll see us when we get to the top.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, right there.
Yep.
So basically there's like a fake research institute that's actually like a front for the military, and they put up the weather station and the camera.
Wow. We're so close. So close. And they have a whole big ass camera zooming on us right now. They know we're here and they know what we're about to do.
This camera, it has a wireless microwave transmitter, and it has a signal that broadcasts directly to Area 51 from here, so they can see the footage wirelessly from this camera.
Wow.
And you'll see here, I got a sticker running here from one of my previous climbs. But the Western Regional Climate Center, there's a guy back in the early 2000s, he did like a deep dive on this group, and he did a ton of research, and he was able to determine that it's basically a front company run by the US military. So they're the ones that actually put this weather station up, and the camera weather station that's in front of the little alien also.
Oh, okay, so that makes sense.
Yeah,
wow.
So they know whoever's going in and out of Rachel.
Yeah.
And in and out from up here.
And look.
They're watching us right now.
Literally. And that camera's more of a newer one, but we made it now. We are at the top. Well, look at the aliens.
Yeah, the aliens.
Alien skeleton for us. Oh my God. This was no joke of a hike though.
No way. What?
This was no joke. It's obviously super windy, but beyond this mountain right there is Area 51. Obviously with the help of Anders and his gear, we're gonna set up and be able to zoom in right now on Area 51. So what building do you think that is? Looks like a warehouse where they put the planes in, like a hangar?
It's a hangar, yeah.
Okay, oh, hangars.
There's some maps. I don't have a map offhand with me, but
yeah,
it's definitely a hangar. So basically every project they work on gets its own hangar.
You can actually see the base. That's crazy. Sometimes you see like, well, on yours, you were able to see it, like you see like planes kind of move around and.
Yeah, I mean, if you're shooting out here when like the Janet planes come in, you can see them land and stuff.
Yeah. Wow.
Can you hear them from here too?
You can't really hear them from here. We're just too far out. If they come in and fly closer to the mountain, you can hear them when they're in the air sometimes. Right. But like I said, from my other mountain over there, I was able to see the passengers actually getting off the Janets when they got here.
That's so cool. Yeah. That's legit the runway. Wow.
Whoa.
You can see the plane like where they would come right or left and just take off. Damn, dude. So you think all this stuff we're looking at is a lot underground?
It could be, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. There's other parts of, so basically, I'll break it down. So the Area 51 is like one small part of the whole Nevada test site, and Nevada Test and Training Range, which is this massive area. If you go and look at some other parts of the test site, you can straight up see the underground tunnels.
Right.
Okay, so you know, okay.
So we don't know for sure what's under Area 51 directly, but under other parts of the Nevada test site, you can see very clear tunnel entrances. So this is what's called ADS-B tracking, and it's a system where you can track aircraft. A lot of people do it on their computer, but this is an app that has the feed.
So darn.
So when I'm up here on the mountain, I have the app open.
So this is how you see if a plane comes in?
If you were to see, yeah, well, they don't always broadcast. So
I was gonna say that.
If it's like a military plane, like a test flight, you're not gonna see it, but you will see the Janet flights come in. So if you see a Janet flight approaching, you can know that you're probably going to see it land on the runway, and you can get your camera ready for a shot.
So right now we got Anders scouting right now, looking to see
Just seeing if there's anything like little dots moving in the distance.
Yeah, because then we'll jump right back onto the main guy and go track him. We're hoping like, you know, any sort of plane, car, or even the camo dudes, we can find them coming down here. We can just kind of show them off. So we don't know what to expect, and we're gonna be heading to Rachel, which is the closest city to Area 51. We're gonna try their burgers down there and look around, and we're gonna be by the back gate where the guards are. Oh,
yo, oh my God,
dude, What does that mean? Bro, if you hear us, come out and give us a show. Anything. A little aircraft show, little, you know, give us a wave, drive a car, anything. See, this is a boys' night out. This is what we do. This is what we do out here. We've been out here for quite some time. We didn't see any camo people. Unfortunately, no planes landed, but we still got some of the clearest footage thanks to our friend right here. So again, link in description down below. Check him out.
On our way driving back down, the mysterious man in the car appeared again, following us exactly as we were leaving. He just came out of nowhere and began following the car John is in. It made us start to believe that he could be working for Air Force intelligence officers.
You don't see anyone out here. Why is there a car in our rear mirror?
All right, so what's the odds that, remember the guy that first came over to us?
Yeah.
Now, what's the odds that we left and all of a sudden he appears again?
It is super weird.
Come on.
Because like he wasn't there when we hiked past his
Yes.
car. So.
And he also wasn't here when we first started.
Yeah.
Dude, that makes no sense. Come on.
He appeared right
Yeah.
behind us and then appeared right behind you again. Like,
dude, what? Come on, I don't care. That guy was following. I don't care.
Weird. I don't know why they would need a guy, because like they got all the sensors, but you know.
No, because maybe he was trying to vibe or play. I don't know. The coincidence of that is so little to none. It is getting dark now, guys. We are heading to the closest area to Area 51. That's a town where it can go to, and look at this. We are entering extraterrestrial highway. Again, Rachel, Nevada is where the alien inn is, and it's where a bunch of other weird stuff is, to be honest, but it's really the closest area to Area 51 you can get to. We're 25 minutes away from Rachel, and you know, as I've been driving, I've been just taking in everything that Anders have said. My thing is, I'm taking this in, and I personally think, I don't really think UFOs are real. I like aliens. I don't believe aliens are real, though. Then again, Barack says aliens are real. Trump said release the files. What's gonna happen, we don't know. But I just think all these experiments and all these things is just from our planes that they're building out here secretly in the deserts of Southern California and Nevada. And that's what we're seeing in the sky. That's just my opinion. I don't actually know. I do think there's other life form out there. I just doubt it ever reached here. Guys, in the comments below, what do you think? Generally, what do you believe? You think aliens are real? I just want to know. And if so, have they came here yet? Have we seen them?
A pilgrimage for UFO enthusiasts to mark the 50th anniversary of the Roswell incident, when some say an alien spacecraft crashed in the desert. The U.S. Air Force says its latest report closes the case on Roswell.
We're confident once the report is out and digested by the public that this will be the final word on the Roswell incident.
The truth, according to the Air Force. Sightings of flying saucers were weather balloons. As for the bodies of aliens,
bodies observed in the New Mexico desert were probably test dummies that were carried aloft by U.S. Air Force high-altitude balloons for scientific research.
Minute away from Rachel, Nevada now, guys, and we are gonna try the only burger joint actually here. I think it's like the only restaurant here, right? The Alien Inn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the owner here won't let us film
the inside.
But, you know, I can show you the outside, but they're so picky on the inside. Like I said, the owner will not let us film on the inside, but...
No, they're super...
Yeah. The outside is so cool, though. Look at this. Welcome, Earthlings, it says. It's kind of dark, but you get the idea. Look at this guy. He's something else, though.
Yeah.
He's plastic. Here, this is where like a lot of people can stay in the trailers and stuff in the hotel, but look at that guy. A whole ass UFO coming out. It's like a whole monument. Dude, at night, it's like scary. There's nothing here. Thanks, so like you said, the weather station.
Yeah, so this is the same outfit that put up the one that we just saw up on Tickaboo.
Dang.
So they're watching everybody that comes through town.
Seriously, dude. Now they're like, oh, dude, these guys again.
Yeah.
Look at that. Same weather station. You can't even make that up. Man, the desert stuff is just so weird, but oddity and cool, like apocalyptic in a way. All right, guys, so we just left there and we had great burgers and we met a local inside Rachel. Now, mind you, Rachel only has a population of like 40 people. We met a guy here that watches my YouTube and we're interviewing him. He's hopping in our friend's car right now. We're heading to the gate. We're gonna interview a local here. Really dark out here though. We are heading to the gate. Pulling right up. We're in the dirt road right now. I'm going on this side. Look at you can see it. You can see the gate. The light's right there.
Holy shit.
As close as we can almost to the gate, guys. We got Anders right there.
Yeah, Anders.
We're storming the gates of Area 51. It's our town! I wonder what they're gonna think when there's 3 of us. Like 3 cars rolling right up to it.
Technically 4.
4, yeah, there's another car. I think that's the guy who's getting interviewed at the front.
Holy shit. This is crazy.
Holy shit.
Right to
We
the
are
gate.
3 cars deep, pulling 4 right up front. What is this, like a car meet for Area 51? How do you know if they'll blast us with a horn?
You don't.
They'll just do it if they want?
Yeah, like I said, the last like 4 times I've been out here, they haven't done it. But
Okay.
I got it for a solid minute straight when they first installed it. They've actually only had the horn since 2022. Before that, there was nothing.
Okay. Look at us, dude. There's way too many of us rolling up, dude. Now the next guy. Have you ever rolled up this many cars? Or is this normal?
The most I've come up here with at once is probably 2 cars.
Okay, yeah, this is
2 cars like packed full of people.
This is insane. Wait, so let's look in here. Let's look. We can't get closer.
Usually nobody's in this guard shack. There's a bigger guard shack further back. That's where the vehicles usually stop, and there usually is at least some staff in there. But these ones are usually unmanned. Sometimes I've seen people go in and out, but it's rare.
Look at that. Let's see what it says. We have the sign. The U.S. Air Force installation. Warning, no trespassers.
I can give you a little
photography of this area is prohibited.
Show badge for entry area here too. See how it says show
Oh,
badge
right,
for entry?
show badge for entry.
So if you go around the fence line over there and you point a telephoto lens when somebody's scanning their badge, you can take a full picture of their badge. I know somebody who did that. Yeah. So if a car's pulling up and a driver is scanning their badge, the badge reader faces this way. So when they hold the badge up, it faces this way. And if you're over there, you can get a full-on shot of their badge.
Oh my God. Dude, this is crazy. Now we gotta camp out, man. See who comes out here. Look, it looks like there's something coming down there. There's someone coming.
That's further out.
Oh, you think? I don't know, dude. It looks like it might get closer.
Dude, hey, Anders.
Anders?
Yep.
Is it spelled?
A-N-D-E-R-S.
Okay.
Yep.
I met some Dutch people and it spelled like honest.
Dude, so I'm gonna ask you, cause you live in Rachel, right?
That's right.
All right, so you live in Rachel. So have you ever seen any of the camo people go, like have you ever seen them around your area?
They're definitely around, but you can't really tell. I mean, they'll come and go, but they really stick to the boundary of the base for the most part. Well, the whole test site.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll come out. If you're really lurking around the boundary, they'll come out. But I don't see them, like, in town very much.
Okay.
You see cool stuff going up and down the highway all the time, though.
Right. So what's something interesting about living in Rachel? Because you're as close as you can to Area 51.
It's you never know who's going to walk through the door, just like you guys.
Right.
And not only that, and I got to hang out with Chris Hadfield, commander of the International Space Station.
Oh, that's cool.
And
Wow.
I used to go hang out at Kennedy Space Center for the Q&As with the astronauts.
Right.
And, you just hear 15, 20 minutes of what they have to say, and they take pre-scripted questions. To actually sit down and, have a drink with Chris Hadfield, one of the most epic, reputable astronauts, is just... I don't know, that's a high point in my life.
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
But all the stuff you see in the sky, too, you get to see the experimental stuff, but even just the activity from Nellis and the rest of the test site in Tonopah, there's always cool stuff going on. And there's a lot of we just had Red Flag recently, and, that's always very active skies. And it's nice waking up and seeing A-10s buzzing around, or getting a low pass from an F-22 or an F-15 while you're having your coffee.
So have you personally seen anyone push through the gate right over there?
I've met people that have accidentally crossed the boundary on dirt roads exploring before, and they've been detained. They have been escorted out.
Have they talked about their experience, what happened after?
Yeah, I mean, it didn't seem like nothing too much. They get a fine. You don't, if you do it repeatedly, you're gonna get trespass from everything federal that you can imagine. So if you like going into libraries or post offices or anything like that without getting a felony just for crossing the threshold of the door, then they take it very seriously. They obviously take security extremely seriously.
What's a crazy encounter you had with camo? What's going on?
You heard that?
What was that? I heard a door close over there. Hang on.
Oh. So Are you still interviewing?
Yeah, well, it's all right. I just broke it.
This FLIR camera, it pointed directly at us, so they moved it. If you want to see it through the heat vision, do you want to look? Anybody?
Yeah, hang on. Oh, it's aiming at us.
Yeah,
it's
so
aiming at us? Yeah, I see
it'll
it.
usually be pointed down the road, and when somebody comes up, it'll turn.
What's the coolest thing? What? Oh man, yeah, I'm looking at it. It's aiming right at us.
That thing.
So now they're watching us.
I think it was from a vehicle that's way back at the first guard check. Like I was saying earlier, if there's vehicles waiting to come out, they don't want to come out when people are here. So they'll basically keep lining up, waiting for tourists to leave.
So we just don't leave.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, wow.
What the?
Yeah, so it really lights up. Look at that.
Oh my God.
And that's the camera that was looking at us. You can see it. Wow, this thing's insane, dude. I need this. I think there's actually someone in this guard shack right now. Obviously, we can't get any closer. It says it's a no drone zone, by the way. No drone zone, restricted this, and they have barbed wire all over this thing. Like all over it. I'm too scared to even put my camera over that. And I'm not even gonna go any further than this. It's really as far as I go. But look at all this. I kind of feel like you can just walk through here, but then I feel like I'm gonna get shot. Going back to interviewing because we got carried away because the doors closed and all this stuff happened. But my thing was you were saying off camera how you used to come here and do donuts and blow the horns here.
Yeah, they've got the horn and they'll honk it when they want you to leave. And there were times I'd just sit out here, they'd honk it, I would just lay on my horn for like 30 minutes too. And they beat me out. We just kept going. I was like, I'm sure I can outlast them. And no, I couldn't, and eventually just got bored and left. But I'd come out here and just do donuts in my Subaru for a while. They'd call the sheriff.
Oh, okay.
And it was, I'd be gone before too long. But I try not to be a nuisance these days. And they really don't tolerate too much buffoonery right around the boundary anymore. I mean, it's all public land out here. I try to be respectful of these guys. I mean, it's cool stuff they're doing. I'm a huge aerospace nerd.
Yeah.
And I feel pretty honored to be out here and being able to catch a glimpse of just the craziest stuff going on. And I don't know, I see a lot of things, but nothing that like bends my understanding.
Okay, so that's what I was gonna get to. Do you believe in UFOs?
I maintain that I really want to believe.
Right.
And I see things out here that definitely make me question things a little more. But without definitive proof, I just can't really.
So you never seen anything strange in the skies?
I see strange things in the skies, but nothing that makes me think
alarming
it's like
UFO, alien.
An alien craft. But I hear stories from a lot of people. I'm also pretty busy.
Okay.
And I'm not out here watching the skies like I used to be, but everybody else is. So I get to hear all the cool stuff, and I see some pictures and videos that I wish I would have been there to see it.
In person?
Yeah, and that might have swayed me a little more. That kind of stuff definitely goes on out here. I just don't catch a glimpse of it all the time.
Right.
But I don't know, there's always cool stuff in the sky out here too, even just with the regular military operations. So many like A-10s and F-15s and F-22s, 35s, and F-117 stealth fighters are just the coolest.
So what do people do in Rachel, Nevada for fun?
You definitely have to be able to enjoy peace and quiet, but I'd say most people, when they're ready to relax, end up drinking out here, and Rachel can get pretty rowdy. But for the most part, too, just going out into the desert and checking out the skies, because there's always cool stuff going on. But we have a dry lake bed here, and that's fun to just go out and camp and shoot and have some fires, massive bonfires. A lot of beer and liquor and shenanigans.
Oh, geez.
Rachel shit. That's a very popular term around here.
And what's the population in Rachel?
It's like, people like to say it's like right about 50, and I'd say 51. But I'd say realistically right now it's probably 35 to 45, somewhere in there. But people come and go.
So what's the craziest thing you've seen then out here living here?
I don't know. I've seen a massive fireball in the sky that, if that was a meteor.
Have you ever seen like a camo person arrest someone or anything?
They don't arrest people. They detain people until the sheriffs get here, and then they'll issue a fine if you pass.
Have you seen any of that in person?
I've met people that have crossed the boundary, mainly inadvertently, like driving somewhere that there's not a gate, and then just rolling onto the test site.
Oh.
And they'll get swarmed by camo dudes and held there until the sheriff's department comes and issues them a citation, escorts them out, and they... if you do that repeatedly, you're going to end up trespassed from all federal property everywhere, which means you can't go into a post office or a library, anything like that, unless you get a felony. And so people generally try not to do that, but I've seen threats of that happening.
Wow.
But I've definitely seen people, I don't know, sometimes there's people that have gone and just not come back, and we've heard some stories like they went way deep before they got absolutely swarmed and taken immediately somewhere. I don't know what happened with their vehicle.
Dang, you never seen them again?
Yeah, it's like Patriot.
Wow.
Straight to Guantanamo.
I wonder what happened.
I don't know.
Dang. All right.
There's foreign spies that come around here too and try to hang around Rachel and then end up doing crazy stuff. They get snoopy. They get outed sometimes. I've heard, I don't know, I've been questioned by the sheriff's department sometimes just about someone was shooting guns, actually, not far, but this is public land and you're allowed to shoot rifles. But no, these guys did not care for it, so they don't want a bunch of people coming out and doing that.
Yeah.
It's going to turn into a big thing. After 2019, they're pretty touchy.
From the big storm, the storming the gates?
Exactly.
Wow.
And they really, I would say that every person on planet Earth could gather here to storm that base, and they could stop every single one of them.
For sure.
Yeah.
Dude, these guys are going past it. How close can we get?
I was thinking the same thing. So if you want to actually see over the concrete, there's a road like over there. It'll be kind of hard to find in the night, but you could see over the concrete because you have enough elevation.
I mean, bro, this is the closest I've ever got.
Yeah, I felt weird walking right here.
Me too.
It's fine.
Oh, man.
Oh, dude, that literally...
There's somebody in there for sure. I saw movement when I first came over here.
Okay. I mean, this is... I mean, we've never done this before. Come to the edges.
Yeah, that's
right. This is crazy.
Technically...
No.
I'm surprised it's not as more secure than you think, right?
I don't know.
Why were I stopped right
Well, bro, I mean, the base is still like miles away. Whoa, what just happened? They just turned on a huge light. There are so many of us screwing around in front of this gate. Yo!
Oh my god.
Dude, what does that mean?
Bro.
Yo! The gate just opened.
The gate just opened.
All right, let's go. Are they screwing with us?
Dude, they gotta be messing with us. But they're like, stay away from the gate.
What the hell was that?
Oh my god.
What the heck was?
Oh
Are they,
my god.
Dude, I think they were just messing with us.
Dude, it had to be.
Oh my god.
What the hell? What was that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dude, I can't believe that actually opened for us, like messing around. It has to be. That's crazy. Well, I want that. You know that camera that's aiming at us?
Yeah.
What if we all move to the behind the camera and see if it turns to follow us?
Oh,
I bet it will.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, let's go behind. Let's go over here and let's see if the camera follows us.
Well, I've definitely done it.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah.
All right, let's see it.
Sometimes it won't, and then all of a sudden,
I mean, so you'll also have to do a video of trying to sneak in, right?
I'm doing the Jerry Freeman entry. I'm gonna start on the other side and belly crawl.
just give me the leg up launch over the barbed wire.
Nah, it's not turning.
No.
Doesn't like us.
We've been here a while. They probably honestly stopped watching us.
Yeah, they're probably.
Right.
Man, they just
Until
opened the door
someone
for
touches
us.
the gate.
Right when you get here, if you start walking around, they'll definitely be panning to like try and figure out where you're gonna end up.
I bet if we throw a towel over that razor wire, they'll look at us.
I bet if I launch a firework over the fence.
I always worry that if my car breaks down here, I'm gonna go back to town to get whatever I need to get it back, like a trailer. I'm gonna
Damn.
go back in the car. It's gonna be
Doesn't even care about us anymore. We're mobbing this gate. I've never been so crowded next. We are so crowded on the gate. This
Probably one of the most boring groups.
Yeah, we are so relaxed.
Even with y'all filling YouTube.
None of us
shit.
have like alien onesies on.
Yeah, we're not interesting at all. We're just like, hey, do stuff for us.
Huge shout out to my Patreon tier supporters, especially to Urban Legends and Beyond, Holly Gladwin, Junior the Explorer, Christine Williams, Bobby Olmsted, Melissa Valine, Cassandra Hitt, Haunted 1821, Mr. Anderson, and Tim F.
Up now is The Last Nazi Secret, The Castle, The Hinge, and The Discovery, Episode 6, and this is the last video. Here we go.
I have studied World War II history, tactics, battles, fortifications all of my life. I was in the army, I lectured on German and Russian tactics. And I thought I knew everything in all of the important parts of that war. A war that permanently changed the world. So much new world-changing technology was created then, and much of it in secret German facilities, hiding underground and run by the SS. In this series, I'm trying to uncover the still classified and secret special programs run by the SS, separating fiction from fact by following the documents and the credible human sources, comparing it to what is actually on the ground. In this episode, we're going back to Lower Silesia. We're going to the site of the Henge, because I had a hunch that I would find something if I looked in a different place, and even I was surprised at what I found. It was something truly breathtaking. But first, to tie it all together, I want to take you to the basement, to the tunnels underneath Castle Fürstenstein, and I want to share with you the theories of a very well-known local Polish historian, and I think his research is very relevant to what we're doing here. Also, I've found the possibility of Hitler's train to be parked not 10 kilometers away. Something very special was going on here, and some of it is still hiding, and I think I found the proof to share with you all. Project Riese was an extremely large and costly, mostly underground construction project that took place from at least 1943. Hitler took a very keen interest in this project and was often briefed on it. It is from the files of Albert Speer's ministry that we know about this, and in the same breath of air, several other high-level projects, such as the S3 Jonstal project, Lothar project, and construction projects at Mauerwald and Wolfslair. At least 200 million Reichsmarks was spent on Project Riese, 150 million alone in 1944, with over 28,000 people employed here. In 1944, the project used more cement than all of the air raid construction in Germany. And yet today, we're still trying to figure out exactly what they were doing here and why. Of course, the project eventually came under the auspices of the SS and General Hans Kammler. And some of the most prominent German scientists were involved in projects that were housed here.
You come home after a long day digging through bunkers, crawling through underground hallways, and having bats crap on your face. And you go home to your castle.
One of the most prominent and beautiful locations for Project Riese was Castle Fürstenstein. And yes, I am referring to it as its pre-World War II name because I simply can't pronounce the Polish name and I don't want to offend anybody and not get invited back. It's one of the largest castles in Europe, the third largest in Poland. It was built between 1288 and 1292, and after numerous modifications and reconstructions, it now has over 400 rooms and an extremely interesting underground. The castle is situated on a high rocky tip
of the bend of a river. Remember that because we'll get back to it later, it's important. The castle for centuries belonged to the powerful family of Hochberg. During this time, the castle was visited by some of the most prosperous people in the world. Princes, Tsar Nicholas I, and even John Quincy Adams was here. At the high water mark, the family and castle employed 9,000 people. However, in 1939, because of its debts, the castle with its entire surrounding area was taken over by the German treasury and eventually confiscated by the authorities. Many researchers believe that the castle was to become headquarters of the Third Reich Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It was also claimed to be constructed in order for a new and secure headquarters for Adolf Hitler to be built with an underground bunker. Either way, Organization Tod took over the mansion and began digging in the basement, literally. It is still claimed that there are many chambers underground constructed during the war that have still not been opened and bricked over. In the rocks under the castle, the Germans dug huge tunnels using forced labor from Gross-Rosen concentration camp, as well as countless civilian firms from all over Europe had been working here supposedly already from 1941, way before the Riese project actually started, which is interesting. The tunnels led to a shaft with a diameter of 6 meters. There were several access tunnels. It's important to note that there are two separate tunnel constructions going on here. One immediately under the actual castle, consisting of an upper level of smaller tunnels with an access from the actual castle. But there's a much larger tunnel system 30 meters below, and that is under the courtyard. It had a narrow gauge railway for construction leading into the tunnels, and it was large enough for trucks to enter. But there's something else in here. These rooms are not just rooms or shelters for high-level dignitaries. These were built with a very dedicated purpose in mind. There's a very well-known Polish historian who's done some very interesting research into what that might be, and I tend to concur with his conclusions, and I want to share them with you. However, when we talk about this castle, there are so many rumors surrounding this location. It is quite a bit of a tangle. One of the most predominant rumors that you must have heard is that of a secret rail link that had been bricked over to an underground rail tunnel where a train that supposedly departed East Prussia full of loot and gold has been hiding, and people have been looking for the supposed gold train ever since. I would like to address that by actually showing you what's here. Today there's only access to the main tunnels from a side of the mountain, which is below the castle. Back during construction during the war, there was the huge access shaft and several more, one right in the center of the courtyard that has now been blocked off. I will say it was very much reminiscent of what I saw of the huge access stairwells on the east wall. According to a report by Boguslav Wokosarinski, referring to documents found at the archives at Koblenz, dated 1943. The castle was to become a repository for documents according to the Reichssecurity main office. Codename of the operation was Brabant Joseph I. It was also claimed by former prisoners who survived and worked here that at the end of the war the castle began to see arriving transports of large boxes filled with unknown objects. In the tunnels, you can, if you pay attention, find a lot of traces that was indicating deliberate blocking of string tunnels. John Weiss, a former prisoner who later immigrated to America, he visited the underground of the castle in 1985. He claimed that nothing looked the way it did towards the end of the war, and there was lacking many rooms that he had seen at that time. Another anomaly was that we know Castle Fürstenstein was part of Project Riese. Project Riese was not officially launched until mid-1943. However, according to castle records, already from 1942 were workers brought here from Italy, followed by 400 miners from the Donbass. And in 1944, approximately 3,000 forced laborers and prisoners were working here. But that means the underground construction started before the official launch of Project Risa. Polish researchers have also noted that given the huge quantity of building materials, reinforced concrete, steel, cement, sand, that was transported here, of which there's records, does not match up with the volume of the underground tunnels and the construction visible today. So just like the other Riese tunnel projects, we know from the numbers given by Speer that there's at least 100,000 square meters of constructed tunnels that has not been found today. Now please make a note that these tunnels are constructed just like the East Wall tunnels in the shape of an egg. And if you note the rebar sticking out of the walls, that was in order to connect an upper floor for mechanical pipes and so on and so forth. So there was never a reason or room for a train to maneuver here. But these rooms are what makes me suspicious. This is not a room that is made for a dignitary to live in. This is not a shelter for high-level officials. And if you look at some of the grooves and drainage in the floors, I've never seen that in any bunker anywhere. These have the feel of mechanical, technical research. There's a very specific reason why these were built this way and configured the way they were. This was not made for trains. No gold train would come in here. This was for working. Also, you see a lot of these smaller tunnels. They are at angles that would mean even narrow gauge rails would not be able to navigate here. And the main tunnels, tunnel rail, I suspect were only to transport materials in and out during construction and to be removed after. Speer and Todt had ideas to make this a glamorous retreat or welcome for foreign dignitaries. It was of course envisioned this was a possible place for Adolf Hitler to visit or be. Another interesting point is, here the Todt organization was carrying out the labor, but it was under command of the Luftwaffe. If it indeed was a Hauptquartier for Hitler, none of the other ones of those were commanded by Luftwaffe staff. However, here's one of the original Riese staff IDs. And in this photo you can still see the narrow gauge rail running through the knight's quarters and to the large pit that you see in these photos, the center of the courtyard that is now covered up, and a bunker that was placed on top of that courtyard. After the war, the Russians looted the place. Then they took it over for various uses. However, an interesting account, Russian General Marek Ulbricht, who donated the photos from his mission in 75-76 here, where he was ordered to demolish some of the bunkers surrounding the castle, including the pillbox in the courtyard. Also a Tobruk was demolished. He stated he did not know or understand what the purpose the Germans had carried out the reconstruction of the castle, but it certainly was not adapted to the needs of a Wehrmacht or Hitler's headquarters. The construction of all its quarters were carried out in parallel with construction of the entire security system around them. For example, in the Wolf's Lair, there were traces of security system and lots of mines. Here, there was none of that. 4 small reinforced concrete bunkers could not really be a security system for a Hitler's headquarters. He noted there were supposedly plans for an elevator shaft leading up to the towers to bring munition to flak cannons mounted there. However, the towers were nowhere near strong enough for such mounts. The result of the demolition can still be seen in the area around the castle today. And an interesting note for those of you who pay attention, there was lots of red brick incorporated in the bunker construction. I have to say, no train ever entered the tunnels underneath here. The construction simply did not allow for trains to come in here. Going deeper than here, you'd be below the forest floor, and time would not have allowed for that either. There was also no access from the castle down below, so for an Adolf Hitler to arrive here by train and secretly make his way up into the castle unseen would also not have been possible. However, if you understand the way Hitler would travel, let's for argument's sake explore that possibility of this being a temporary or secondary headquarters type structure for him. There are smaller tunnels in connection with the actual castle. And Not far from here, there is the main rail link. Not far from that is a very large, in fact, Poland's longest tunnel. And if you understand how Hitler would travel by train and have the train needing security while he was not using it, it is entirely possible from that point of view. However, an underground tunnel under the castle is simply not possible. The castle is sitting on a small mountain peak within a valley surrounded by hills on top of what is essentially a very large hilltop. There's a difference between the level of the main rail lines and the floor of the castle of up to 500 meters. Terrain simply will not allow for an offshoot. However, the rail line is rather near, and since Hitler set a bit of a trend with his Train America, everyone who is somebody in the Third Reich got their own special trains. So having Poland's longest tunnel right nearby to position these trains out of bombing range in complete safety after depositing their dignitaries quite close to the castle is an option. Let me show you that tunnel before we return to the castle underground. Remember, Hitler's train is pretty much like an Air Force One at the time, a mobile command center. It was armed, it was well defended, and it needed serious protection whenever it was not in use or was pulled off the track. Several bunkers were made for trains of 2-meter thick cement throughout the war, but the longest tunnel in Poland would do just fine. This double railway tunnel runs under the Malowolowice mountain, 720 meters above sea level. It is the longest tunnel in Poland at 1,600 meters. The first one was built in 1879, and the second one began construction in 1909. Both tunnels was in use throughout the entire war, and the area have several other large rail tunnels in them. Between the two parallel tunnels was 5 connecting service tunnels. So this is where Hitler's train should have been, or could have been, or should have been. We have spent a lot of time in a lot of tunnels. This is really cool because there's no lighting, no idea what we're walking into. We don't even know we're walking into a wall, but this is where Hitler's train would have sheltered if he went here for any length of time. But when he was here in 44, he did not bring the train. Or do we know? Wann Hitler hier in 44 war, vielleicht war, da hatte er nicht seinen Zug mitgebracht. Er kam nicht beim Zug. Dies war der erste Teil und dies ist der zweite Teil von Tunnel. So diesen sind neuer. Okay, so this is a different era of construction separation here, which makes sense.
Here must be technical installation, yeah.
For the electrical and
water.
Yeah. This is fascinating.
I don't know why we do not see
the other end.
The end.
Are we supposed to see light at the other end?
Yeah.
There's no light at the end of the tunnel.
One of.
This is one of the guard checks?
Or
für Wakten oder nur
Nee, für
Schnapsflasche. These are not a protective walls. These are to duck in for when the train would pass for safety. It was not set up as a sentry wall. Oh, so this is another change of construction.
Here is saved from the exporters. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
There was a gang here.
So okay. Was there a tunnel up?
Shafts.
Shafts, okay.
And all this mountain,
Yeah.
block of mountain, have more shafts and tunnels. Yeah.
Have they all been accounted for? Weißt du, wo die alle ist, oder sind da noch immer noch unbekannte Tunnels? Für Sicherheit.
4 sind bekannt, ja.
Und dafür kommen alle hier, die Gold und die Glocke zu suchen. Die hoffen es zu finden in ein unbekannter Tunnel. This is a small connecting tunnel to the other tunnel.
It's a technical corridor. These corridors are few in this tunnel. Yeah.
And is this still a live train rail?
The wet atmosphere, they block the light. Yeah.
So is this the tunnel that was parallel when we was outside?
Yeah,
What's blocking it? It looks like there's a thing.
It shows really interesting. Yeah.
I know this is. And here's train tracks.
Look at this. Where's what stopped?
I hope he didn't lose his head. These are the German markings that was here. This was to just mark a place in the tunnel.
Yeah.
So if there's a problem, you say there's a problem at number 39. Yeah. So you have all these shafts, and here's definitely a tunnel in there, as you can clearly tell. And again, you have a long tunnel, even for train. There's offshoots in every direction. We're running into more and more fog.
Yeah. And here is the place, the central point of tunnel, the place where the special train will be stay.
For the smoke?
Yeah, for the smoke.
Oh, so this is where the smoke would be.
For the smoke. They goes on the top of this mountain. Yeah.
So and then of course it spreads so you can't see there's a train underneath. That's really clever. So you can start up the train in here, and warm air is coming from here. You can actually feel the warm air. That's interesting. That's it, and that's why there's more fog here, because the hot air from the outside coming from the mountain is meeting the cold air of the tunnel. This is what you do at home when you watch this to get the atmosphere. You light a cigar, you sit in front of your refrigerator, and close your eyes and just listen to my voice. And you'll have, I guess, maybe how they feel here. It's very hard to describe how intense a tunnel is, especially when you, as me, don't know what's at the other end.
People cannot, in wartime, the local people cannot going these places. That was closed area.
So it would have been easy for the Germans to hide something.
Yeah.
But we're more leaning towards art, treasures than the gold. None of us seem to be buying much. When we stand very still, we can hear a lot of water running, which I would imagine is less zen and slightly unnerving. This was the meter marker, wasn't it? That's the old. That's porcelain, yeah.
Here was electrical line.
So certainly it's not a stretch to think that a VIP dignitary train could be housed there after depositing its VIPs at the city next to the castle named Walburich. It's also claimed that this city and city hall was to be, or was, connected by underground tunnels. But there's something else. If you'd seen the beginning of this series, you would know that General Kammler had pulled out all the stops, rallying every asset he could in order to protect Prague from the Russians, and Pilsen and the Skoda-Werke, in order to keep the Russians away as long as possible, for him to salvage, destroy, rescue, bury whatever it was of secret technology he was working on. But there's something else. General Ferdinand Schröner was the one who was in command of the defense of Prague. Later Field Marshal Schröner, the last commanding general of the German army. He was here. He was in the castle. He was in Lower Silesia. He had his army staff headquarters at a school in Szeszewono, and the SS was stationed not far in Gaj. Not only that, But the defense of this town did not stop just because the armistice on May 8th. They fought on for 2 more days, and work was still going on at the castle underground on May 10th, when finally Russian tanks rolled into town. At a time when everyone was fleeing the Russians, they were still fighting for this part of the world. They were still working on the basement and the tunnels under the castle, and Field Marshal Schröner was not far. There's something here that was clearly worth protecting or hiding in a significant way. And a local Polish researcher and historian have come up with a very good suggestion as to what that might be. Historian Thomas Jurek has spent a large part of his life researching and excavating this area. And there's this building that's constructed not far from the main tunnel entrances. And there's something very interesting about its very shape and design. And, as Joseph might say, it's a little bit of a high-octane speculation. However, there might be something to it. If not with this building, then with the Riese project and what it might be for, especially given that we found what seems to be a heavy water production facility not far. Let me explain. The standard claim by the authorities, especially here in Riese, is that it is a water treatment plant. However, no water treatment facility or plant looks anything like this, not in Germany, not in Poland. However, there are 2 similar shaped buildings that existed at this very time in history, 42, 44. One of them is outside Berlin, at Gottow, at the former Kaiser Wilhelm Institute. One that looks like this, where Kurt Diebner experimented with nuclear fission. It was the first German nuclear reactor. And if you take a look at the Chicago pile, in 1942, Enrico Fermi, he attained nuclear fission on pile 1. This was a structure built in this shape. However, it was built of wood inside the gymnasium of the Chicago University. And if you look at the pipe that runs through the center, there's a similar pipe here that runs through the center of this structure. Let me explain why I'm actually entertaining this notion. The Chicago pile was the first artificial nuclear reactor. It was the first human-made, self-sustaining nuclear chain reaction. It was led by Enrico Fermi. It was the first technical achievement for the Manhattan Project. It was built under the viewing stands of the original Stagg Field. Although the project's civilians and leaders had quite some misgivings about the possibility of a disastrous runaway reaction, they trusted his calculations, and they let him go ahead. The reactor used natural uranium. That required a very large amount of material in order to reach criticality, along with graphite used as a neutron moderator. The reactor contained 45,000 ultra-pure graphite blocks, weighing 360 short tons, and was fueled by 5.4 short tons of uranium metal and 45 short tons of uranium oxide. Unlike most nuclear reactors, it had no radiation shielding or a cooling system. Even the Chicago Pile 2 looked similar to what we're seeing right here, and that was blown up and buried, but it looked the same. And a quick insert here, Otto Hahn discovered nuclear fission already in 1938. He did, back to Gottow outside Berlin. At this facility, nuclear fission experiments, designated G1, G3, had a lattice of 6,800 uranium oxide cubes, about 25 tons. And it used paraffin as a nuclear moderator. The work verified Karl-Heinz Hocher's calculations that cubes were better than rods, and rods were better than plates. The G3 experiments were small-scale designs, but it generated an exceptional high rate of neutron production. Here, work was also done to explore a nuclear reaction through the detonation of explosives. The first effort started in April 1939, just months after the discovery of nuclear fission in December 1938 by Hahn. It was halted for a short period during the German invasion of Poland. However, a second effort began under the administrative purview of the Wehrmacht Heereswaffenamt on September 1, 1939, under the command of Erich Schumann. Schumann was a brilliant German physicist who specialized in acoustics and explosives, and music for some reason. He was a general officer in the army and a professor at the University of Berlin and the Technical University of Berlin. When Adolf Hitler came to power, he joined the Nazi Party, as did Diebner. During World War II, his position in the Army Ordnance Office and the Army High Command made him one of the most powerful and influential physicists in Germany, and he and Diebner was working on a nuclear bomb. But we all assumed that a nuclear reaction is large, reinforced, heavy, and expensive. But the Chicago pile was a structure built of wood in a gym, and Diebner's was beginning to operate in the early 40s, at least experimentation-wise. So why would it not be extremely plausible that now in 43, 44, there might be other nuclear structures built or planned or designed or under construction, both for energy, something Germany was short on, and weapons research? And both Diebner, Schumann, and Kammler, and many, many other brilliant German scientists were determined to build a weapon as well as create nuclear energy. Now, Thomas Jurek tested this building and found no initial radiation. That means it could be it was not finished by the end of the war. I will test the soil for myself when I get there in a month. However, he did find radiation around other parts of the tunnels underneath the castle. So, a very circumstantial case could be made that research was at least being planned here, and given that they worked continuously till beyond the last day of the war, they might have hidden something here, or at the very least removed it, leading us back to Ludwigsdorf and the Henge and a very special discovery I found there. I believe there is a link, and Lower Silesia is full of secrets, war secrets, and a lot of interesting research and development and production was happening in basements all over this region. At the beginning of this show, I told you I would share everything I found with you, and I'll be absolutely honest with you what I found, where I found it, and what I've seen. And this is one of those days. What I'm trying to do in this series, that will last for many more years, because I intend to go to every one of the secret weapons technology, locations, factories, plants, development, research facilities, both of Kammler and of the German Army, to try to forensically piece together what happened there, what could have happened there, cross-reference that with contemporary technology, what we can find in the archives, especially the Russian archives, and build a at least circumstantial case for why we might need to start digging in particular places. I had to go back to the Henge because it was inconceivable to me, for one, that this huge power plant with 5,000 employees had been there for so long and there were no photos of that area where the Henge was. I found that strange. So I did a lot of digging, and I actually found photos from 48, from 73, and from some 20 years ago when they started reconstructing and rebuilding. I'm going to share them with you right now. One of the most striking things about the Henge is its actual size. It seems bigger than any water or cooling tower I have ever seen. However, in 1948, this photo was taken in what looks like a pool underneath the Henge. It's one of the workers at the factory after it closed. It clearly shows rods sitting in a basin of water, and here in the 70s they have begun to decay and break and be laying scattered around inside the Henge. I'm not an expert on cooling towers, and I don't know if they come this large, but I do know there is a basin underneath them, and this matches up. However, they covered up this entire foundation with dirt, which also means that the holes that we suspected in the last episode from here were some sort of access port well, they are brand new. They are fire pits built by the locals in the early 2000s, both here on top of the Access bunker, and has nothing to do with anything that happened during the war. And if you examine this photo closely, you will see the transport conveyor belt that's running next to the henge. Here's the house on top of the mountain in the background. Now, in the old photos I found from before the war, you clearly see there are cooling towers surrounding the factory and the power plant. However, in just about all of them, the henge location is just off shot, or there's a building blocking it just from the angle. So now I have to go back there and stand in the location where that photo was taken and determine if the henge location was just out of the shot or it was in there and the cooling tower was not built or there just before the war. It could have been and then repurposed by Germans for something else. However, if these photos are what they seem to be, the ones I found of the basin under the cooling tower, then that is what it would be. A very, very, very large cooling tower. And I keep referring to it as a water tower. It couldn't have been a water tower because the tank would have been impossibly large. This is extremely large. And I just don't think a water tower where the tank would have been there at that point be possible. However, when I go back, I'll have to go to the locations of the other cooling towers that are no longer there, but find the basis of them and see what they look like compared to this. But let's for a minute ask ourselves, what are we really looking for here? We're looking for research and development of extremely high-level technology and all the support that entails, which includes logistics and access. We, from numerous reports, read that this testing took place in underground mines where facilities and structures were built inside. That also means you need access, and a lot of the tunnels here were vertical, not horizontal. When they started building the museum here some decades ago, they had flooded tunnels to deal with, and they had whatever had been left over from that time of decay. There's also a lot of tunnels directing waterways throughout this mountain and off it. Interestingly enough, as you have these door separators with hinges for extremely heavy doors that were red brick with masonry that they had restored to look like they did when they found them. There were a lot of vertical tunnels not really suitable to bring technology and gear into if you're going to do any kind of research or experimentation inside old mines. You need a horizontal tunnel. And I found photos of old tunnel entrances, at least two. One of them under this house that has been covered up and been capped. The way it's been capped, it looks like it was a vertical tunnel. However, underneath one of these buildings that are mostly not there anymore, there were what looked like horizontal tunnels. And that's what you need to bring everything into a mountain where you need to hide stuff or work on stuff or protect stuff. But you need the access. And from day one, I saw that little access building that is guarding the tunnels that are the technical tunnels that are running around under the henge, that are running around wherever they're going to the power plant. That building has been bothering me from the moment I saw it because I knew something had been done to it. I knew it had been faked, for lack of a better word. It has been rebuilt 7 ways from Sunday. Now, I know that there are tunnels that are capped. You walk down the tunnel, you see there's a cap, there's a brick wall. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a deliberate effort on the part of someone post-war to cover up entrance tunnels that are leading somewhere else from that building. And they've been nicely bricked up to match in with all the existing brickwork. Now, of course, they renovated it all for the museum, and that's fine. This, I think, happened before that. And I wanted to look. I had an idea when I went back here on this last day. And this is the journey, and this is what I found. And now I know. Now you'll know.
Now what is interesting about these holes that were definitely made for ammunitions manufacturing, no problem there. Looking at the walls, the building, the structure, makes perfect sense. But the access control point to the area is right here below this hill leading up to the structure here. And these tunnels, here's a tunnel entrance, which is a maintenance tunnel, quite clearly. But you can crawl in here. It's sealed off and filled up. However, this tunnel leads in the direction of manufacturing, and this tunnel leads back to under the henge in that direction. So here's a pathway to the building. The road is up here. It's an interesting rock with holes in it. A lot of scattered cement debris. Walkway flooring into the building that was slightly raised. That is the door. There's a brick building, hardened roof with a platform. This could have been check-in. This could have been access control paperwork. You know, the paperwork the Russians stole. Very small building with porcelain and tile. I would imagine there would have been a toilet, bathroom, something in here. This pathway is pointing in the general direction of the henge, where we have this large building where munitions will be loaded onto trucks. This is a different building than the one we saw yesterday, which means several large buildings were erected here. And that makes perfect sense. Trucks would drive up here, load and unload. There's a rail network as well. Down here is the remnants of another building that this is the lower ammunition building. The ammunition production facility is right there, and the loading is right here. And once again, the blast walls from this facility, from the chemical facility, is pointing this direction. Although there's a hill in between, certainly if a large explosion had occurred, this building would have been touched. And if this was a building used for storing or transporting munitions through these two gates, that could have been a little risky. The layout of a lot of these things are counterintuitive from a tactical point of view. This could also have been a motor pool. I am imagining this is the motor pool, and it is. This is where you would work on trucks and vehicles. So this is the workshop for the trucks. That makes far more sense. Well, the walls are bricked up, probably repurposed after the war. Try to get a hint of the original use. These are smaller rooms, seriously reinforced windows, electrical on the walls, but there's been some heavy duty hinges on this. Smaller offices again, or smaller rooms. There's no reason, well, on one hand there's no reason to have a big office with a window facing the blast wall of the munitions plant. So this would also have been workshops with an interesting layout. But it's a heavily, it's not heavily, but it is a reinforced building. Where the hinges have the option of being reinforced. Well, I recognize this. This was a bathroom. Oldie but a goodie. Again, underground tunnels, access tunnels, shower. And when we say shower, do we say shower or do we say decontamination? And here we have an access tunnel. Inside the tunnels next to the henge, there must have been tunnels that would have been sealed off and concealed, leading off in other directions. Otherwise, there's no reason to bring 3 trail tracks. There's been no reason to bring 3 small gauge train tracks into a building that only has 1 small room and a bunch of access tunnels. Makes no sense. So something is missing down there. So these buildings are all surrounding the henge. Looks like 2118. Again, more electricity shooting off. Building, and here's a chimney. There's a chimney. That's interesting. I did not see anything inside that looked like a fireplace. A lot of rubble. No radiation increase or decrease around here. Roadways everywhere to and from, and then you have access tunnels. Access tunnels, hatches, 2 tunnels that are covered up. Again, we are back to tunnel entrances, and up here an air intake, probably one of the ammunition storages. What I do see is the foundation for the conveyor belt, supposedly, although these are both at the same level. Down here are the buildings, manufacturing, production, and here's the tunnel leading into the munition storage where the trucks could go, and the stairs up to the conveyor belt. And the road continues with power lines running parallel to it. Again, the power poles are older, could easily predate these buildings. Here's the road where trucks would come and load and unload munitions. Continue down to more bunkers, secure houses for munitions. And right here is the corner of the henge and the power plant. 100, 300 meters away respectively. This is where my thoughts of secret technology testing, radioactive technology testing, special technology testing on the flytrap comes to be buried, because you will not be testing experimental, radioactive, dangerous technology right there in between the power plant and the buildings filled with munitions. The Germans were not stupid people. Now, if it was a water tank, water tower, that would give me much more sense of concern. Because if it was, that means you had an enormous amount of energy produced here. And we already seen the foundations, what was to be an experimental nuclear facility. What do you need for uranium enrichment? Power, water, space, facilities, electricity. And all that is built here. So what is in these hills from the munitions building by the road is foundation of what I would imagine could have been a loading bay, wooden structure that is no longer. It could have been a control point, checkpoint. So what I thought was a loading ramp, well, it possibly was, because up there is the remnants of the conveyor belt leading up towards the mountains, and a building that is rather tall, interestingly enough. And down there is the other building. So this is the foundation down here for how the spiders got into my hair. And it stinks a bit down here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Remember all those miners who died from the gas fumes?
Here you have side of a building down on pillars. Damn, what I'm looking at. What the hell am I looking at? I don't know what this is. I'm assuming that all the various Norse gods will now not drop this building on my head. What the hell is this? What the hell was that? There's an underneath this building. That's all caved up. And down here is another access tunnel. Now, do you see this? Right there. It's the same access tunnels leading down to the henge with the sound grooves there. That the electrical cables leading in to the structure, very heavy duty electrical cabling ran from the power plant into the mountain. This is pointing into the mountain, where these electrical cables that are way deeper than the buildings above. Jeez. What the hell are they doing here? What this building was, I don't know. Let's get the Geiger counter. And look at this, there's more. Down here again. I can leave this on. Holy shit. I love our local guides, but and I love our spider friends here, but sometimes you gotta do this on your own. Jesus. You're looking at some very serious structure going on here. And everywhere underneath this, there are acts down here. It's another building. And another piece that we again will pray to the Norse gods to not drop on me. Because then you won't be seeing this. And you gotta see this. Gotta see this. Ducts for channeling. This would be a duct for electrical cabling going in down there or something. I know military stuff. This is construction. This is engineering. This is manufacturing. This is a very deep hole in the ground. And a protective wall. Damn. Look at that. Look at this. I've stepped into a hole. Look at that. There's steps leading up. And that looks like tiling for a bathroom. That's hanging right there. But these steps, you would have been able to... No, that's not steps. That's holders for something. And I'm in a hole. I really am. This filled it up with branches, leaves, and shit. I get that. I get that. Right here, we're overlooking. I am on top of the bunkers. I am on top of the bunkers that had a slight radiation, but not up here. Not in this hole. And down here, more trenches. Hiding. Foundation. More pillars for an access tunnel. Here's the wall on the other one. I see a half dome. I see a half dome. Goddamn half domes are doors. God damn it, this is one of the tunnels. Look at this. This is a caved in tunnel. Here's the archway next to the building. And here's the other archway coming over there. This is the top of an X-shaped tunnel that has been caved in. See this big hole? Here's the tunnel. That was another cave in, I'm guessing. Another holes. And here, I'm standing on top of a caved in tunnel. Not far from the complex. Which means that if there are this many deep underground tunnels, all these tunnels, they must have been connected. I'm not 50 meters from the main entrance to the Molka complex. It's the other side. That's what they did. They excavated, they built tunnels, and then they covered them up. Then they became subterranean. So what's underneath here? Is this a small access tunnel? It's a parallel line that is obviously not natural. Jesus. I see a clearing. There's holes everywhere in this piece of the side wall. Another piece of the wall. This could have been a caved-in tunnel where the dome stayed intact. A little shaky camera on the ground because I am just. This is not on the official tour. Yeah. So now we know something else for a fact. There are tunnels leading into the mountains that have been blown up, hidden, destroyed.
I always had my suspicions or my doubts about the Henge being a testing platform for any kind of research or experimental aircraft or significant technological research, because when you research very, very high-end, very expensive and technologies like this with what we have been told, say, the Bell contained, it's a very volatile piece of equipment. And having it potentially hover around right next to your main power plant, and right next to your munition explosives production facility, just seems like the ingredients for a really bad day. However, if this is an enormous cooling tower with the enormous power plant that we now know was funneling enormous amounts of electricity on these shelves, on these cables, into the mountain. And I've seen shelves like this before in many different other types of bunkers that are slightly different, but they separate the cables. Also, the wrapping was not like the rubber we have today. So you wanted to separate, especially cables like this. Remember what we saw at Fort Cassel? And the tunnels I found, that broken tunnel
is at least 10 meters below the munition, the small tunnels I found up by the road, by the munition buildings. So it has nothing to do with munition. This is 10, 15 meters below that, running straight into the mountain. And when you look at the destroyed tunnels and the remnants you saw when I walked through above ground, that's what it would look like if you have technical tunnels underneath and you set up an explosion. It will lift up and it will cave in. But that means that at the ends of these cave-ins, there are tunnels to be found. So now I know where to look when I get back there. And it clearly demonstrates that the bunker had been sealed off because there's no sign of these tunnels leading into the mountain. And again, where did all that electricity go? Von Arden, he clearly said that he brought several cyclotrons to this area. Well, they need electricity. He also stated to some of the Russian researchers post-war that there was a device that was tested in an underground mine, in a facility built in an underground mine. Well, that would need and require electricity. That would also explain the 100,000 square meters of cement that are missing. We saw in Speer's archives the amount of cement that brought into the Riese project, and from what we have found today and what's available to see today, there's at least 100,000 square meters of cement missing that had been constructed. That means it's been covered up. That means it is still underground. So if we follow the electricity, follow the power, we might get to those facilities, those testing facilities. And if we have to take Spornberg's post-war trial account into account, he is the one that talked about a Bell-like device with the counter-rotating spheres of mercury, which means there must be mercury possibly to be found in the area. But we're also talking about something that was a huge 9-foot tall bell-shaped device made of ceramics. I am not going to make anything fly that's made of ceramics. That seems like a recipe of something bad when it comes down crashing, spilling out mercury. I'm not sure that the Bell device is not part of the AEG Charity-Anlage project that was decisive for the war effort that Schumann was involved in. AEG was big shots. And if they were doing something that had to do with high voltage and electricity, and we know that for a fact from the reference from the meeting at the AEG. So the AEG was doing something with Schumann, who was in charge of the nuclear project, and Schumann and Diebner are the ones my money is on for having done something. And clearly they go back to relationships with Kamla and back at Jonstal, where they were supposedly having tested a plutonium bomb or two, and were working on weapons. But Schumann, parallel with that, working with AEG, we're looking at some very serious, heavily funded technology that had to do with electricity. Did I mention that the very large power plant here was built, founded, and run before the war by AEG? Just thought I'd throw that out at you. Back to following the electricity into the mountain. I don't think a Bell needs to fly to be a significant contributor to what went on. It could have been a cyclotron. It could have been, if we look at the archives that was found in Prague at the American Embassy post-war that has since been released, we see signs of particle accelerators, cyclotrons, remote-controlled guided rockets, and jets. Now, Prague is only 2.5 hours drive from here. And Kamla was in charge of rockets and jets and special development, and he had everybody and everything fight to save Prague and to keep the Russians at bay, to get whatever he had out. The Russians got some of it. Hopefully the archives will let that go when I get there and learn Russian. However, we have now a picture of technological development in an area that encompasses rockets
technology, cyclotrons, particle accelerators, electricity, high voltage, big, well-funded companies. If the AG Charity Anlage project was the Bell, or what became the Bell, or could have spun off in separate directions, it could be that it was housed here and tested here underground in a secure facility where it couldn't be gotten to, where you had plenty of power funneled into it. And you have Schröder's army that was protecting and defending with every scrap he could the area of Silesia and Prague until days after the war, when everyone is trying to desperately get away from the Russians. They're still doing construction to the last day +2 at the castle. You had the Sonderkommando of 200 men out of the Riese project, of the last prisoners that were said to have been constructing something, and then all shot and killed, as opposed to the other prisoners that were let go. You have prisoners going back to the castle years and years after, stating that there are rooms missing. Well, there's a lot of things that are missing here as well. But this all points to, I think I could go before a judge and make a circumstantial case that with the documentation we have from Spears archives, from AEG, from several other archives, statements made post-war by high-level scientists like Van Orden and Spornberg, if the Polish would please release his testimony so we could read it in detail, it points to research being done here. Serious, expensive research. And remember, there's 200 million Reichsmark spent on Riese at least. And if the AG was involved, that was a separate budget. They would bring in their money. If you spend 200 million Reichsmarks and 28,000 laborers to build something, that doesn't necessarily mean the money spent by the companies like the AG, Farben, Nobel, to bring in their equipment in these facilities to test, run, and work and develop. There are separate budgets involved here. And let me paint another picture when it comes down to the money. The SS would rent out slave labor, unskilled slave labor, at 3 Reichsmarks a day to IG Farben. There was about 40,000 working at the Bune plant in Auschwitz, just to pick one. What is that, 43 million Reichsmarks a year, rough profits to the SS. Well, you have to feed them, pay the guards, so on and so forth. So you're looking at 20, 30 million extra Reichsmarks for that one location of the Bune plant. You had the SS renting out slave labor for money all over the country in the occupied territories. Plus you had enormously wealthy companies funneling money into their projects that were being protected by the SS. You had the army, you had all these different funding mechanisms for these projects. And in the middle of all of it, you have poor little Heisenberg, who for the better part of the 30s were not getting along with Heinrich Himmler and the SS. And they wrote horrible things about him until he was his mother knew Himmler's mother, I believe it was, or it could have been sister, I honestly forget. However, Heisenberg was rehabilitated, but his project got 8 million Reichsmarks. That's all Heisenberg got. And you're looking at just the Peenemünde facility alone was 300 million Reichsmarks. And now you're looking at 200 million Reichsmarks that we know of just to construct the Riese locations. You're looking at the Jonstal S3 project. 26,000 laborers and workers out there. And you go there today, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. I found books written in 1947 by American soldiers who were there who claimed there were huge underground tunnels and complexes built. There are statements from laborers that claim they brought in porcelain and carpeting and flooring, and they built an immaculate underground facility. The term used in 1947 by the American was underground city. And today we're being told there's nothing there. I'm going there in a month, and we'll see what is nothing there. There's been a great deliberate effort across the board to hide things that we from wartime records know existed. And the same with the technology. We're not just looking for nuclear bombs, nuclear reactors. We're not just looking post-war. That has been a link between the name Charity-Anlage to covering the bell. And then people started saying, well, the Charity-Anlage, the bell was hidden in or researched under the Charity-Anlage, which is also the name of a Berlin hospital. I doubt that had anything to do with it, unless we're talking about a contemporary technology that was doing something completely different that had to do with medical research, of which an abundance took place out at Auschwitz and by IG Farben. So there's enough to start looking at here. But one thing I'm absolutely certain of is that there are unfound chambers, tunnels in the mountains in Lower Silesia. I don't think we're looking for art or gold, which we were. If the Germans had no chance to get it out and hide it, they would have stored it underground, blew up the tunnels, flooded them. And there's been plenty of attempts to try to get in to those tunnels after the war. They were so far unsuccessful because they're deep mining shafts that are flooded. It's dangerous, there are gas, workers died in the 30s there. So it's a good place to hide things. But there's another way. It may not be the vertical tunnels, it may be the horizontal tunnels. And those I found. So now I'm going back. And I would love to hear from all of you who have experience in power plants, with cooling towers, with electronics, who knows something more than I do. I am not a scientist. But I can see from what I'm looking at on the ground, something's missing. From what I see in the files, the papers, something's missing.
Power plant. Down there is the fly trap. And up here is the mountain with more secrets. There's another look like an access road that would lead up to a whole bunch of unnatural looking hills. Hole in the ground. There's a little corner. This is definitely built up. Towards where we came from. This would be a very long excavation, very long survey to document everything that has been found, that's visible, and more interestingly, what's not visible. The evidence on the ground supports that there are numerous bunkers, entrances, and here's another foundation for a building. It's been destroyed, but nevertheless, it's a foundation of a building. Probably a munition bunker, given the high walls and the direct access to the road. And given that there's rubble strewn everywhere, it is entirely possible that this was blown. Buildings collapse, they don't scatter themselves over a wide area, like all the way over here. And in the woods here, there are pieces of what used to be in there. So certainly things were destroyed here after the war. Certainly there was more than munitions production going on in here, and definitely there are undiscovered things in here. Now, are we talking about gold and treasure? That's an important question because everybody thinks we're looking for the gold train and treasures and art. The top of the SS was divided into different compartments, just like the CIA and any other intelligence service today. The guy in the office doesn't know what the guy in the office next to him does, and vice versa. And that means that if there was a top of the SS, close to a Himmler, Kammler, Bormann, that said we need to hide things, all the other SS men wouldn't know. Or if there are smaller individual groups within the SS who had access to gold and loot and paintings and so on, they might want to hide it for themselves. Was there a giant uniform Third Reich plot to hide gold and treasures after the war for the Fourth Reich, or for individuals, for themselves, hoping they would escape the reckoning with the Allies or the Russians? Certainly, why not? I have no problem accepting that there were individual soldiers, individual groups within the SS, or top leadership commands saying, preserve what you can, the war is lost. We have heard in 44, Bormann said that to German industry. So yes, things hiding in the mountains, I have no problem believing there is. I have no problem accepting that there isn't. Is it a giant cache of French art and paintings? We better find it soon, because it gets pretty damp in these tunnels.
Now, this entire area was under the security of the SS, who was also in charge of rocket development. And interestingly enough, there's a foundry here in Lesna Borovna, which I probably pronounced wrong, I am sorry, where there is very interesting signs of rocket engine testing. And now we're not looking at the V2 rocket testing, we're looking at smaller scale, like the Rheinboten, ground-to-air missiles. Smaller engines could have been tested in this room. It certainly does look, there is 5 centimeter thick glass in those little slits, and you had a facility that was well built. Now, we knew they were planning launch facilities here. This wartime photo have emerged, and it needs a lot more scrutiny and research when I get there, but this very much looked like a Rheinboten launch facility. And also, when I talk about helicopters, the Germans were the first to field operational helicopters. And there are several witnesses post-war that has seen helicopters in this area land now at airfields that are no longer there. However, one of them was sworn to secrecy on penalty of death that he didn't see this, which I find is an interesting statement, because helicopters were really not secret technology at any point. They were in the early 30s. You had thousands of people in the Berlin Stadium and at the Olympics that were seeing displays of helicopters. But the German military fielded operational helicopters, and they were seen in this area. Now, certainly you're not going to test new helicopters in the Henge, because a few feet to the left or the right and will result in screaming, death of burning, debris, and dying and having a very sad, traumatic day. However, it is possible that, as we have heard testimony supposedly from Großrosen prisoners near the Henge, have seen something hover in that area. VTOL aircraft, helicopters, were in that area. Not making any parallels, because I haven't seen the actual testimony in paper, so I'm not going to incorporate that. I'm just saying that things that were taken off and landing vertically existed, were in operation, and was in this area as well. And something else that was in this area. When we speak of the numbers of money we follow, and we speak of the number of slave labor we follow, remember at the other Riese locations, all the prisoners, when it was that time, were just let go or abandoned. However, here at Ludwigsdorf, at the Molke plant, where munitions were produced and explosives were produced that was used in the Riese project. Remember, Ludwigsdorf, Molke, was not part of the Riese project. It was separate. And skilled technical labor were used here. And they were in a camp just down the road around the bend, 2,000 of them. And they did not meet with the same fate as those who were just released.
Concentration camps in this region was a part of Großrosen concentration camp.
So that makes sense, because it was always claimed that prisoners from Großrosen that would then have come here saw something, or the Henge, that they were not supposed to. That was always one of the claims. That was one of the claims for the Glocke, that one of the prisoners saw it.
Um,
What direction is the Henge from here?
this direction, yeah?
So that was this direction here.
Yeah.
How many prisoners were stationed here or living here?
We don't know. I think thousands of people. Maybe 5, maybe 6.
Do we know were they prisoners of war, or do we know where they came from?
From all of Europe. The basis of the prisoner buildings, barracks.
Red bricks.
Today.
So these prisoners, were they technical specialists?
Yeah.
They were just
no. Only physical workers. Here was few buildings, barracks, in this direction. Yeah.
Do we know anything about if anybody survived, or do we know, are there any personal accounts?
Only one woman. She was. She spent 2 or 3 days under the killed people.
Really?
Really?
So they literally shot the prisoners at the end?
Yeah.
There was no...
All of prisoners of this camp.
So everybody who knew something, they really were shot?
Yeah.
So basically everybody who came through this door and worked here, except for one woman, did not come back out alive.
On the higher level, in this building, was the hospital for prisoners. Hospital.
Okay. And this was the concentration camp that was here?
Yeah, concentration camps, camp for prisoners. They worked in this area, Osówka, Soboń, and here was a part of concentration camps in the system Gross Rosen.
And so this building existed before the war.
Yeah.
They just took it over.
Yeah.
But the very one single reason there is to keep looking is that thousands of people died building this, creating these facilities. And I think we owe it to them and their families to find out why. These were people. During war, different countries, different peoples, they have disagreements and they kill each other because that is war. Many of these were civilians who was on the wrong side of an occupying power that was put in camps, and because of their skill set, put to work in places where they never emerged from alive. And I think we owe it to them to find out why. Nothing can be that important that the thousands and thousands of people that were worked to death or actively shot to cover up a secret. I think that's good enough reason to do this on this show. And there's always time for more Maginot Line Forts.
Alright. Oh, still muted. What the heck? Oh. Alright. That'll be it for this podcast. I will catch you on the next one.